Okay, I think we're live now. Hello everyone, it is your boy Cozy, or Cozy Guy or whatever, and another stream, another day of tackling this game and just trying to get it done already, man. But we like doing things good, and I can't just not do it yet, so we're gonna try. We're gonna keep just grinding through it. And today is gonna be an art day. That's what I believe is needed critically right now. So I think what we're gonna do is gonna close some of this stuff, and we're gonna do some. That's Vim to do. Let's talk about what we want to do today. So, some things I want to do as far as art. In fact, we'll do some indentations here for art. So on the art side of things, I want to do some experiments with backgrounds, so make some backgrounds. I also want to change the sprite hazards and make them instead make new boundary sprites and see how this looks in game. Hey, what's going on, humanity? Good morning to you. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing well at this fine evening, or fine morning in your case. Anyways, what's your question, humanity? What is your question? Movie is best or game to create? I'm sorry, you have to rephrase that. Movie is best or game? Like, what's better for you to create as far as a medium? Well, at the end of the day, it just really depends on what you prefer to do. There's plenty of resources to make movies or short animations or whatever. There's plenty of resources to make games. They require different resources. I think at the end of the day, though, if you want to tell a story, you can do it with both mediums. But if you're only really interested in telling a story, then start with a movie. Or not a movie, but, you know, try doing animations. Or heck, don't even do that. You can always do, like, thumbnails. Little storyboards. Or writing as well. If you're interested in systems and mechanics and things like that, or there's a particular kind of interactive experience you want people to have, then yeah, games are games all the way. Cozy, you said you made your own graphics, right? Was that a shader? Yeah, I have my own. So the thing I've talked about is I have my own lighting pipeline, and yeah, it's kind of like a shader. It's used in shaders, but it's in the context of Unity. It's like within something called a syngenc file. Basically, you include it in a shader, and all the code in that file gets copy and pasted into your shader, and you can use functions from that within your fragment or your vertex functions. I was looking at OpenGL and Vulkan. I saw I gotta make a cube with HTML and JavaScript, and it interested me. Yeah, you can do a cube in anything though, or you can do like graphics APIs exist on a bunch of different devices and a bunch of different tech stacks. Like if you know OpenGL, WebGL is basically the same thing except for a website, right? So that's kind of transferable. Vulkan is a gnarly thing. I think you should learn like OpenGL first before you dive into Vulkan. Doesn't support Unity Blender and versus 8 gigabytes. You can do, what are you talking about? You can totally do 8 gigabytes of RAM. You can totally use that for Blender. Unity, that's a little bit more, depends what you're doing with it, but I think you should be able to do it on there as well. Like, keep in mind, Unity's been around for a minute, and yeah, it's accrued a bunch of stuff, but I don't know. I feel like it should be able to run an 8 gigabytes of RAM. Just use less geometry? For what? If we're talking about WebGL in the WASM world, I don't know. It's different. If we're talking about the Vulkan thing, it doesn't matter. It's not, the complexity is not the actual assets. It's the API itself. And how much you have to learn about your graphics card and, well, not your graphics card specifically, but like general ideas of how they do things and handle stuff. Decimated brown down the polygons and, oh, you're talking about for less RAM. Yeah, I mean for Blender, like a guy got Blender working on a Nokia, right? So you can totally use, like, it depends on the task you're doing, right? But most people, like, especially if you're starting out, you're not going to be doing photorealism. You're probably going to be focusing more on non-photorealistic graphics. You're probably not going to be doing like crazy high poly counts anyways. And you're probably not going to be doing like the cycles type rendering. So like for a lot of things that you're going to be doing, or you could want to do, I mean, it should be fine. Like, you can use that kind of laptop to learn and do stuff with. Like, I talked about this before. I have a really bad laptop that only has like 2 gigabytes of memory plus 2 gigabytes of swap. And it's like terrible. But like, I was able to do my engine project on that for a hot minute and a bunch of other things on it. You'll be surprised, man. There was a time where people did really impressive stuff on really weak hardware. And we're forgetting that we're able to do that. That being said, like, yeah, of course, better experience with higher RAM and whatnot. But if you're going to be interacting with this stuff, you can totally do it. Maybe I should do it one day. Maybe I should do a stream where I just pull out a bunch of my sticks of RAM and try working with like 8 gigs and see how far we get. I want to make a wheel with a nucleic basis. A wheel with nucleic bases. But Unity, Blender, and VS same time doesn't work. Oh yeah, you don't do them at the same time. That's not going to work. You have to do one at the... If you're doing... First of all, you're... Like, if you're on that machine, you're probably not going to be able to do VS Studio and Unity at the same time. VS Studio is beefy. You probably want to use VS Code. You're not going to have a lot of the fancy stuff, but it's still going to be enough for you to work with. And if you're doing Blender, you're just going to do Blender. Like, that's all you're doing. Humanity, just stop deleting your message, dude. Leave it. People might want to see it so they can understand the context. Cozy, replace the GPU when your PC is running something. That sounds like a great time. I should do it while streaming as well. That sounds like a recipe for great things. I want to make a wheel of nucleic bases to make the different amino acids to figure out which one you're looking at based on the order. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a while, so I'm not quite getting. Like, I know this, like, I know these are things that DNA has, but beyond that, I'm not sure what what you're describing here. But that sounds like a cool thing either way. And that sounds pretty rad. I still remember when the one of my RAM sticks came out of my PC. What happened? Probably not a good time. Yeah, let's not talk. Like this, I feel like don't make the computers scared. A DNA programming language for computers. I mean, that's kind of what I thought of. But I'm not sure, like, that's a general thing. It doesn't have to be specific to, what was it, deoxyribose nucleic acid or something like that? I forgot. How what? On a laptop? Alright, so art day today, right? Make backgrounds, new boundary sprites. I'm gonna change it. I don't like the spiky dudes. I think we're gonna make it seem more like an actual track and have like parts with edges on it. I also want to try out different backgrounds and get the general gist of the layout. Like, I want to figure out a template, essentially. And once I have that, we're gonna figure out, it'll be easy to make all the other adjacent assets. So this should be fine. I also want to start making the design the terminal. Also finalize, like I have some ideas already like planned out in my mind for the garage, but I'm gonna start committing it now. Like I have sketches that I've done, but today we're gonna codify it for real, for real. I was supposed to do it like a few weeks ago, or a week or two ago, but whatever. There's been a lot of things to do. And I saw in Task Manager one of my sticks wasn't connected. Those dang sticks. Happy coding. Oh, we're gonna be doing Arte. I mean, we might have to do some coding, which is why. But it's art focus day. That's why it's not called day 44 or something, because I want to just be cranking out assets. Make UI buttons. So button textures. We're also going to be doing, what are we going to be doing? We're going to be doing, button textures, terminal mesh. We're going to be doing some 3D modeling today. And make UI buttons. Cool. This sounds like a good agenda for me today. I think the simplest thing might be the boundary sprites, especially now that we have like a better idea of like how big they actually are. Maybe also modify hulls. So let's go to a sprite and we'll do a 64 by 64 thing, and we're going to change the size of the width to be times. I don't know what we did before. I think, you know what, honestly, I can keep it this bright because we're already doing the scaling, the tiling thing on the shader, so we can just piggyback off of that. And we're gonna do tile mode, x-axes. Probably actually really need both, but yeah, that's fine. And we're gonna be doing, what are we gonna be doing? We're gonna be doing grid 64 by 64. Very nice. I got my mojo back because I was watching a video on Doom and binary space partitioning. Oh yeah, BSP. Yeah, that's cool. There's a whole it's crazy how many different ways you can go about partitioning space. Yeah, I need to do something that I want to do a project that necessitates it at some level, but haven't gotten around to it, sadly. I've been doing collision checks that just do O of n like iteration. Because the idea is I want to implement it bad so that when we do the good implementation, we actually have data to compare it against, right? The problem is I haven't done anything yet that that really reveals the goodness or badness of this thing. What's going on here? Why are we being like this? Why are you being like this? Tolerance. This is the magic tool, right? So I should be able to just... Are you making me think I'm crazy? They want me to think I'm crazy. They want me to think I'm crazy. But I'm not crazy. I'm the most sane guy. Okay, tolerance is 0, wrote Sprite. Try this again. Do I have like the option for it to be contiguous enabled? I don't know. I don't trust anything right now. Like that works fine. Whatever. Oh, is it because it's down? What? Okay, paste it again. This is 2 pixels wide, or 4 pixels wide, 2 pixels in the middle. So we're just gonna keep doing this. I can make a brush, but I want to see if and how well this tiles. At the seams, because I want this to be a seamless thing. Okay, thank you. Okay, here's a moment of truth. In fact, I probably should have just started at this end. Okay, cool. Are we good? It seems like we're good. Fantastic. So then we can make a sprite for... Why is this on the bottom? When did this happen? Who did this to you? There you go. So we're gonna do like I think a yellow guardrail. We're gonna have different variations depending on the environment, and then we're gonna do some lighting based off of for this. Yasmin, what's going on? Good to see you again. Yeah, how are we doing? I'm doing pretty good. Had a good day at work. Not a good day at work yesterday. Today, Windows kind of screwed me over in a very unforeseen and yet terrible and inevitable way. But that was a good day. It's warm, sun's out. Life feels good. Hopefully you're doing well as well. Doing well as well. That sounds almost redundant. In fact, it is redundant. Okay, what's going on with my selection? Yeah, today is good. And now we're just in the process of doing some art today. Long overdue art. Okay. Are you gonna... What's happening here? Okay. Nope, that doesn't change anything. Preferences. Oh, do I not? Oh no. The the application button is too big for this screen resolution. So I have to move it on to my like I don't know, my third monitor, so I can actually see the settings correctly. Yeah, apply. And I can see the options I'm supposed to be seeing before, but they look correct as well, so I'm not sure what's going on here. Alright, then bring it back here. Yeah, fantastic. I can't see anything. I cannot see the UI at all. It's like too small. If only they had like smaller increments. Like instead of 100% or 200%, have it be 150%. That'd be the sweet spot. That'd be exactly where I need to be. But alas, we don't have that, so we trudge forward. Apply. Okay. Yes, this is fine. And I'll just forever wonder why I cannot use the magic wand tool on this. It's gonna drive me a little bit crazy, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Well, I'm sorry for you, but I'm glad you have your hopes up. I'm well as well. Let's go. Your live streams never cease to calm my night. It's nice listening to you just yapping. Thank you, Yasmin. I appreciate it. I'm glad I'm able to be part of the wind down for the night. I think it's very relaxing for me as well. I'm glad my yapping is not too much of an issue for people. Alright, we're gonna do something. We're gonna select color range. Okay, this is working. This is doing the thing I wanted to. So we're gonna do some lighting here. So, in fact, I should just use this. No, fill. I'm glad to hear this is a very relaxing thing for you, because I plan to start making this be a super bombastic YouTube prank channel. No. Alright, there we go. I remember when that was a big thing back in the, what was it, 2016, around there on YouTube? All these prank channels. There was that, and there's also like the borderline homeless exploitation stuff where it's like, we're gonna do a good thing and we're gonna be like videotaping you and without your consent for content. It's like, oh my goodness. That's not great, man. Just do the good thing, man. You don't have to don't make them into content. They're people. Anyways, ethics of YouTubers aside, are you guys excited for the this channel's upcoming bum fights video collection? No, I'm stopping. I'm done. We're not gonna joke. We're not gonna joke, but what else is not a joke is that this is starting to look pretty okay. This is like a nice little border. I mean, I wonder how good it's gonna look in the actual game, but I think that should be fine. I think that should be plenty good enough. I hate those, yeah. The Vine channel. Oh yeah, Draco. East to West, what up? What's going on, man? I'm here for the pranks. I watched Bump Fives back in the day. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Cozy Prankster 3000. That's me, the second channel, guys. It's actually not going to be a YouTube channel. I'm just going to be at the corner with a bunch of VHS tapes. Just handing them out to people. Just going to hang out at your local 7-Eleven or something. Hey kid, you want to see something wild? You know what? I don't know why I made a big fuss about having this tile seamlessly, because I think for what I'm going to do, I'm just going to make it not, I don't know. Maybe I should. No, I don't know. Let's just first save this as PNG. And we're going to go to, I believe, game data. What do we have here? We have gameplay, we have entities, hazard, and then we have this hazard sprite. Actually, we have a couple hazard sprites. We change it for the hazard dude. We're gonna change it. It's no longer hazard. Like I think we'll bring these dudes back, but as like individual obstacles. They're not gonna be the track though. Edge. And then let's go into the game and yeah, we're not doing this. We're not doing that. Not doing NetHack. No. Not doing this. I don't know what that is. And then I think we have to actually go to the hazard character. Don't send. So I think that's where we load sprites. We have to go to Unity as well. So let's go check this out. Let's go to... Where are you? You are in gameplay, entities, hazard, resources, and reload. And you should appear here. I'm gonna apply our pixel preset, make you 64-bit, not bits, but pixels, and then I think I have to update the code as well because I hard-coded the, yeah. No more. You're gonna be... Oh, it's in the material. Never mind. So I just have to update material and we're good to go. Where is the material? Oh, material. Here we go. Cool. Save it. Let's try running the game. The lost media VHS tapes would go viral in the future. They will. That's why I've invested in having a VHS player right here with a VHS tape should I ever need it. I don't know where the eject button is. And I don't want to like... There you go. That's why we got these bad boys. The VHS boys. This is gonna contain the prank channel content. It's gonna be beautiful. I'm also gonna be not making my games digitally available. I will be burning them onto cartridges. So if you don't have a Nintendo Entertainment System, boo friggin' who. That's your fault. Does this feel too... Oh, whoops, I deleted everything. Does it feel too small? I don't know. It feels almost too small. I almost want to like double the scale of the lines because it feels too... Or maybe have the pixel resolution. It feels way too high detail in comparison. So let's do that. We're gonna do canvas size 32 by 32. Actually, sprite size 32 by 32. And oh, actually, no, we don't want to do that. We want to do canvas size. Canvas size 32 by 32. Make it be anchored to the top left. Are you seamless? You look seamless. Okay. Beautiful. I am in love with this resolution, so we're gonna meander back to the game. Reload. Resources. Oh, this looks like a cute little dude. The way you think is so relaxing. How are you even human? They're so cool. The VHS types, yeah. Honestly, I've been playing so many. Oh, first of all, before I don't want to brush over. Thank you, Yasmin. I appreciate it. I think talking out loud is very helpful for processing. And I don't know. Even ever since I was a kid, even while doing art or while working on code and stuff, I have this kind of propensity to kind of create a little story or anthropomorphize concepts and stuff like that. I don't know. It's a weird quirk, I guess. But yeah, I actually have an NES with a bunch of cartridges over there. And when I come home these past couple weeks, I don't open up Steam. I don't play a game on my phone. I just boot up the NES and I just play a bunch. That looks good. I play a bunch of games and it's so it's weird because you'd think, oh, but you have to be. I mean, I'm playing the cream of the crop NES games, right? But you'd still think that there's something about it that's aged and dated and would make it hard to enjoy. But that hasn't been my experience. I've been actually surprised how fun the games are. How some of them feel very modern in a very weird way. And it's also nice having this thing that exists purely just as a game. Like there's no online connectivity. There's no, hey, there's a sale going on. There's no alerts about people who are online. It's just, this is your system. You're playing a game. There's nothing outside that can affect it. And it's also, there's something very fun about physically getting a cartridge and plugging it in and pressing the physical start button and stuff. It's just, I don't know, it's been very relaxing. Playing the PS2 has been fun as well, and playing PS1 games on it. And discs is still a step up compared to digital, where you just click on a abstract square on a screen. But there's something about the physicality of cartridges. I don't know, man. I'm liking this. I think we're going to stick with this. I think this is the mode. Now, that being said, we're going to have to do a bunch of different permutations. So I'm going to modify the shader, I think. And we're going to have to create a bunch of different variants depending on the condition of what blocks are next to where. Because, for example, over here you can see how this block is adjacent to this one, so it's not enough just to have this top part be covered, but also have the line stretch down vertically and connect, and then so on and so forth. Or even more blatantly, these guys, the edge should be on the bottom, not the top. So there's things we have to address to make this better, but I think this can be the move. Because then, we can have levels with different themes. We can have snowy base levels. We can have, and the hazards are gonna, the walls are gonna look physically different with respect to it. I can also add lighting, make these lit objects so that they're subject to the environment lights, which will be cool. The only oddity is these scenarios where the player can clip into it. Where there's no physics there. We can bounce them back and that works fine, but there's no hard enforcement of physics. They can just keep pushing through it. So I mean, it might be fine because once your incentive is to get back onto the track or into open space and not stay in there. So it's very obvious if you're messing up. So I might just do that. So far, I like this idea though. I think this is a win. So what I'm gonna do is start defining a a texture format for this. And we're gonna use this to cover all the scenarios that we can possibly think of. And it's gonna be good. I'm gonna be very, very pleased as punch. I think 128 by 128 should be more than sufficient. And I am going to change the grid settings to be 32 by 32 here, so we can see all the different elements. And the simplest thing we can start with, not that one, this bad boy, is going to be up here. And we're going to handle the transitions from one corner to the other corner and some other additional edge cases, and we can do our shader magic later. But this should just work. Perfect. So I think the simplest thing here is going to be just a sprite rotation. Rotate canvas. No, not canvas. Rotate selection. That's exactly what I want to do. Edit, rotate. I mean, I suppose we can do that. Go bring this here. We're off by 1 pixel. Paste, horizontal flip, move over. There you go. And I think this is going to work reasonably well. Let's grab some of this. Paste it over here. Let's see. Beautiful. So these patterns actually align perfectly. So that makes my life significantly easier. Only thing of concern here is the outline, but that's actually fine. This works good. Maybe, just maybe, to be a little fancy, I'll add some, make the corner a little bit rounded. But this seems sufficiently good to me. The concern is this one. This is going in the opposite direction, so I'm going to flip it horizontally and the grain should be the same. So now we can do the same trick over here. Paste. Copy of essentially, I don't know, nearly half. Copy. Paste it. And ooh, we still have a bit of an issue. So the grain is actually largely correct. However, it is not seamless. There's a bit of an offset here, so I'm gonna have to do some modifications to make it work, but I'm pretty sure once said modifications are done, we're gonna be peachy. Yeah, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And it's going to propagate over to this one, so that's fine, we can work with that. No big deals. I'll catch up in chat real quick. Paradisey, yeah. I mean, it's also part of the idea, Yasmin. I want this to be a very, like, PG kind of thing. I think since the very beginning, I had the idea that if my nieces were ever to find this channel and watch it, that I'm not going to be ashamed of anything I do here. And I can feel comfortable with them potentially watching and, you know, like there's no concern. So that's been my goal kind of from the beginning. I know I do some dumb jokes here and there, but in general, that's kind of the idea behind this. I think when the channel was like going through a period of kind of exploding with a lot of eyes watching and just huge influx of people, I started getting a bit frazzled because there's just like so much input. And not only like input, I mean, it's input, but so many people trying to like, I don't know, trying to change you in one way or another. And just in general, that volume of noise. So I realized like I was getting a bit curt with people at some point. But now that things are kind of simmering down, I'm better with that, and I'm at least cognizant of it. And you know what, if I mess up here and there, it's fine. All you can do is just acknowledge it and then try to do better. No sense dragging that around with you. But yeah, that's kind of part of the reason why I started, like, it's a very odd thing, because there's a monkey brain in you that enjoys big numbers, right? But there's a part of me that also recognizes that it's like, I'm not sure if I'm going to actually enjoy that. It might, like, if I move to pursue that, I'm going to lose something fundamental about what I enjoy in doing this. Which is why I did like a bunch of music streams and things that are not very performant on YouTube, but I think part of that was just for me kind of proving to myself that, hey, I'm not going to be chained by pursuing that. And hey, the guys who stick around and hang out here, you guys are the real ones. And I appreciate you. Yeah, this is looking good. See, look at that. Now that this is seamless, it looks good. It works. Let's see how the bottom part's gonna be. The bottom part's gonna be simply this. Just here we go. Copy, paste. You bring it down here. Like so. And then you flip it vertically. And flip it horizontally. And oh no. We have that same issue where we cannot, the grains, even though they're in the correct direction, they are not aligned properly. So this necessitates a unique version of it. That's alright. Also, I realized I missed a little section here. And that's alright. We can fix that. Let me catch up real quick. Oh, physics is overrated anyway. Yeah, you don't need physics. Seen around this game over the past couple of months. Thank you, East to West. Math when they get home as well. I'm currently playing Final Fantasy Tactics Advance on my missed GBA while watching the stream. Life is good. Modded GBA. Let's go, East to West. I'm glad to hear that. Life is good, man. Life is good. Sometimes you gotta enjoy those kind of things. I remember the past day, like there's a day where I was just playing Tetris on the NES and watching a game dungeon. I was like, oh, this is nice. I haven't done this in a while. Just playing games and just chilling. It's nice. And eating like crackers with cheese with I like eating. There's two things I like. I've been very big on there's this cheese that has raspberries in it and it tastes fantastic with this whole wheat crackers. I also have this Greek yogurt and I mix frozen blueberries with chopped up apples in there and it also tastes super good. And I was having a bowl of that last night while just running through some Tetris. I need to fix my PS2 though. I'm gonna buy some replacement parts sometime soon, and I need to get a soldering iron and to do the repair that I need to do. But once I do, I have a setup I'm making just for gaming. I have a setup already just for gaming, but I also want to stream it at some point. It'll be fun to try out Katamari, because I have Katamari for the PS2, and I've been meaning to, I don't know, show it. There's a joy in playing games by yourself and just enjoying it. I think part of me also just likes sharing things with people. I guess that's just the kind of person I am. Like, I don't know. It might be hey, if there's witnesses, it's real type thing. There's also a thing of just, hey, this is an experience that many people get to have, so they can at least experience it vicariously. And that's a cool thought as well. My goodness, stripe patterns are the bane of my existence currently. Oh, you watched the music live stream? I was a little scared I lost the making of the rest of the game after all this time without seeing you here. No, you're good. I think that music stream I had to just I'm not sure which one did you. There's one I did with the trombone. We're recording trombone music, and that day I was like practicing a bunch of trombone recently. Like I got a church asked me to play for them for a special thing, and so I got back to practicing trombone again, and I was like, you know what, while we have the chops again for trombone, let's actually record some music. And it was really cool, but also I had to stop because it made me really want to start making a fantasy game. And there's that and another song I did on one of those streams that really make me want to do like some kind of fantasy game. I mean, it's a fantasy game, but it's not going to be traditional, but a game that like lends itself to orchestral compositions, let's say that. And I had to stop because I was like, I don't want to, my brain is gravitating towards this, but I need to finish this game first. I can't keep starting projects I don't finish. That's kind of the point of this, right? Starting a game that's smaller in scope so that I can actually finish something. But yeah, the church thing was for Easter Sunday. I don't know. I forgot that. That's the whole point, right? Yeah, that was the thing. It's cool. It's reignited my love for playing trombone, and it's also kind of a nice it's not stress. It's like something that keeps you on your toes. Because when I show up in the mornings, like I learn one piece that they give us, but then they give us a bunch of other pieces that we've never seen, or at least I've never seen, and I have to just sight read it the day of and then perform it within like an hour. So it's like, oh my goodness, we're gonna adapt today or die. But I think last stream I talked about this. I think you only really grow in pressure situations, and I find myself enjoying pressure situations. I think that's I don't know. I mean, it's like stories, right? A story without conflict is very hard to be engaging. I'm not gonna say it's impossible. There's definitely ways of doing it, but you gotta have some conflict. And those kind of situations are kind of my conflict for stories. Yeah, it's coming together. Very nice. I called it yapping, but you're very wise. I've learned many things with you. I would not call myself game Jesus. Nowhere near close to that. But I appreciate the sentiment, and I'm glad you learned some stuff here. I've thought about maybe leaning more into the educational side of this, but I don't know. As much as I like educating, I usually am like focusing on just getting something done, like or just bringing an idea into fruition. What is going on? How many? There's 2. There we go. Okay, little by little. Okay, we're gonna do this simple, easy hack now. I don't know why I haven't done it sooner, but it's fine. We're gonna select this. We're gonna select this where it loops, and we're gonna do Control B. And with that, now we have a brush, and I can just select and do this. Now, the concern I have is that once I start tracing this back up, it's not going to align correctly. And that's going to be very bad if that's the case. So we can even do a little test here and see. Let's take this. Keep it going at a 45-degree angle. Seems to align. I mean, let's check. I need to find it where. Let's take this line. And it does align perfectly. Okay, cool. We're good to go. So let me clear this one out. Clear this out as well. You know what, I'm just gonna make a big line here. And then we're just gonna do this, do that. Is that correct? It doesn't feel correct. Yeah, pressure situations is where you grow. Or at least for me, that's how it feels like. I will admit, there's things that you have to learn like in isolation in the laboratory in a safe environment where no one's judging you. That's how I did all my music production stuff and art, but I don't know. I suppose there's exceptions. Or nuance. Okay, this is coming together nice. We can bring this going down. I think we're almost done with this set. Cool. I think we're good. I think we're good here. Yep, that looks correct to me. There's another one we have to deal with where like there's a horizontal line of that's just 1 pixel or 1 cell wide, so we have to cover that situation here. And I'm just simply gonna yoink these guys, and this should be fine. Cool. Nice. I guess we also have to deal with end caps. So for this scenario, we're gonna have this here, but then we're gonna yoink this end and throw it. Did I do it wrong? I did do it wrong. Oh no. I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud. There's gonna be an article about this. There's gonna be a call out YouTube video. Cozy Cabin Games is a fraud. He messed up the thing. That one time. I can see it now. I can see it now. Okay, we're good there. No, we're not good there. Cool, cool, cool. Have to make this. Yeah. Part of the PG aspect of the channel too is I just don't wanna beef with people. I just wanna be chill, dude. We don't gotta beef with people. We don't gotta have drama. We can just be people who create stuff. I think that's perfectly enough. I think I'm cool if we can just do that. There are things that necessitate conflicts in life, but I think this space is not a place for conflict. Yeah, there is such a thing as like righteous anger, though. But I were talking to my dad about that one time. There's a lot of people who, even me when I was much younger, who would like suppress anger, and that's usually a good response. But there's times where there's actually not only a necessity to express it, where it's actually correct, but also it's kind of important that it gets expressed. Of course, you have to do it, you know, with control and not out of spite or vengeance, but there is times where that's necessitated. And being unable to express that is not a virtue. Why is the oh, because this is right, this is that's black, so it's not gonna, no, it should. The color reading black shouldn't affect visibility. Oh, I guess, oh, because I'm on this CRT. So it's like super thin. It's like exactly one cell on the CRT, so it's blending in. Yeah, I can see it now. Alright, so it was the cell color. Okay, I think we're close to having everything. I think we're like good here, dude. I think we have our cell standard. I guess technically there is a need to do like a vertical one, but that's not the way I'm implementing our level generation algorithm. It's not really gonna, it never should really produce that kind of geometry, so I think this should be fine. If there's a need, we have 3 more cells here where we can create that, and then we're gonna basically create an atlas and do math for the offsets. Actually, I'm gonna be very happy to do that because we can create like a switch case and do like an enum thing. T lane set standard dot png. All right, let me catch up in the chat real quick. What's going on, Cornelius? It's good to see you, man. I have this cheese at a store near me with ghost peppers in it, and it's really spicy but really friggin' good. cheese ghost peppers. I love putting it in like an egg sandwich with some bacon. It's insanely good and super filling. That is like I can appreciate spicy. Ghost peppers sounds insane to me, kind of, but hey man, if you had the tolerance for it, I'll take your word for it. I do love my breakfast having eggs loaded up with like tomatoes and stuff, and having like a blueberry bagel. Super good and super filling. Yasmin, you said I called it yapping, but oh yeah, fantasy game. Yep. Please make one afterwards. That's the goal, Yasmin. I'm thinking about it. So we had a stream. Once we changed this overlay, we did have a stream recently where I kind of started planning the architecture for the code for like this game. I'm thinking about making an ASCII based terminal thing, but I don't know. But like it's still gonna be able to render pixel art. It's just that instead of using it's gonna use whatever terminal you have, and it's not gonna rely upon the GPU. It's gonna be doing everything on the CPU. I mean, I think it's gonna be purely on the CPU side, no GPU whatsoever. The only GPU that would be utilized is like the terminal of choice that you're operating. So yeah, if you have a terminal like, what was it, Alacrity, I think, or Western, I think Western does it too, that uses GPU acceleration for rendering, then it'll be used there. But that's like a whole separate thing. But yeah, I still want it, but it's not gonna be just black and white. I'm thinking about actually rendering, like I can bring in textures like this and have it be rendered using ASCII. I'm thinking about it though. I really want to do a game with a short, simple story and a simple like linear. Because usually I've been making a bunch of games that have, like, a majority of the games I've ever published have been like games that are kind of infinite, like this one. I want to make something with a very short and defined scope, a short and defined story. That way I can experience just kind of crafting this specific experience for people to have before tackling something bigger than that. So I have a story in mind. In fact, one of the songs I made is kind of reveals a story of the game. I don't know, there's a few ideas I have. But yeah, there's something specific I have in mind. I just watched a short of someone making jalapeno cornbread with a taco beef gravy. That sounds insane. Will we get a dragon drawing? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not. Dragons have never really captured my. Like, that hasn't really captured my imagination for whatever reason. I've seen it like in pop culture and stuff, and I see there's been some really cool dragon renditions, but I don't know. I think when I say fantasy, there's kind of a caveat, because I don't want to do fantasy that's purely pulling from a token based thing. I think the fantasy I have in mind has a specific idea. How should I say this? I want it to feel like its own thing, if that makes sense. I think the ideas I have are much more focused on a future alternate version of Earth, right? And I think for this game, there's a particular context behind it that's very specific. I don't know. I feel like there's so much possibilities with fantasy. And I love Tolkien and his works, and I do enjoy a lot of media that are based off of it, but I think there's a lot that's left on the table because, you know, we see this thing that we like a lot, so it's very hard to think of things that are not that, because, you know, I like that thing. But I don't know, what I want to kind of go towards is more like how should I say this? Like kids' stories almost. Not in terms of like the target audience or demographic, but like rather the kind of vibe they've had. Like for example, like Alice in Wonderland and things like that. Like not that specifically, but like that the kind of era, right? Or that or Grimm's fairy tale things. I don't know. I just want to have something that's like, I don't know. It's gonna have abstractions that are very specific for it. There's nothing wrong with like basing things and taking influence, and I mean that's 100% necessary for art. You have to. Any new thing isn't inherently new, right? It's typically either breaking something that's old, or not old, but taking previous work and either breaking it, fusing it, or combining it. Like there's a book that's about creativity. Actually, I have it right here. That's funny. There's this book called The Runaway Species. Here you go. So there's this book called The Runaway Species. I'm not sure how well you can see it. You probably can't see it that well. You can see it in the bottom cam though. And I read this a long while ago. It's a really good book about creativity. And I think a lot of people get stumped because they think to be creative you have to create something like completely and wholly original. But in reality, like the whole process is not about generating something from nothing, but rather seeing things from the past and seeing what kind of permutation you can do upon it. But there's a specific page that I think is very poignant in like describing this. And it's cool because they pull examples from music, from technology, from art, painting, sculpting, what have you, poetry. Let's see if I can find it though. Yeah. See if I can find it. I recall there's a page. 1 second. Oh, I have a bunch of notes in here. I read this in college and I started doing another reread of it like a year or two ago. I know what the 3 categories are. They have discrete chapters or specific chapters about them, but or maybe I'm imagining this very convenient page that has the examples I'm describing. Is this it? Well, it gives examples. So the 3 examples, the 3 fundamental things they say any creative person does, or every creative endeavor does, is called bending, breaking, or blending. So in here they have an example of these buildings. I'm not sure how well you can see it. But these buildings, and they're distorted. There's another example down here for breaking, where they take something but then break it. And then they have another example here where there's 2 elements, people skiing and then a sheet that's on top of a table, and they're merged into one unified thing, and that's an example of blending. And you can look at any person's creative backlog and you'll see those 3 different components being done interchangeably throughout it. But yeah, Also, yep, there you go. For when it comes to reading, I can't stand reading unless it's a book teaching me a technical skill I need to know. If I'm not learning something useful, my brain makes me feel like I'm wasting time for that some reason. Yeah, that's a thing that happens. I think, for me, I can only really do that when I'm in a public place, like a cafe or at a library or something. And B, I have to be very active with a book. So I like purchasing books specifically because I can make notations in there and write stuff. It feels like a workbook. Leisure reading is kind of difficult. The only time I really like it is during the winters. I have a rocking chair, and in winters I like to, while it's snowing, sit in the very front where there's an array of windows, and I either drink my hot cocoa or tea or whatever while reading a book in the rocking chair. It's a nice leisure thing to do. Only that context for some reason. I don't know why. Or sometimes I go through phases of being obsessive. I don't know. I think for me, because I feel like my weakest element is game design, and not just like mechanical design or that kind of thing, but I think the artistic direction and the pursuit of making sublime art, right? Or trying to make it at some point. I treated reading books that are not technical as like part of the work that I need to do to better understand and grasp and like develop different lenses to look at, not only design, like different lenses to look at things with, but also inspiration. I think it's kind of two-pronged. It's sometimes it's for inspiration that can be used for crafting stories, like history, for example. And other parts, it's much more kind of analytical, where it's like, all right, we're reading this book. What are the themes that are being expressed here, and how are they achieving the communication of those themes? And it's cool to do that, because then I'm not a writer, right? I need to practice that, but I think when you see people, how they set up things to express the themes or ideas they have, that's kind of a springboard for you to figure out, okay, for this endeavor I'm working on, I have these particular ideas I wish to explore and express. And what are my options for setting it up and executing on it? So we made the boundary sprites, so that's cool. Next thing I want to explore is the backgrounds. I kind of want to implement this today, but I also there's a critical lack of art in this game that I need to work on. Make backgrounds. Yeah, that's another thing we need to do. I'm gonna create I need to figure out some kind of format for this. There's something very interesting as well with like the kind of parallax thing we have going on here. I want to try to avoid the pixels popping out so much, but I also want to avoid tiling, apparent tiling. So there's like this inverse, this inverse proportion, like the further out an object is on the X, the bigger. It's just linear. The further out they are, the bigger they have to be to encompass the entire frame. The closer they are, the smaller they have to be. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. So I have to kind of keep that in mind when making these. See, that's why I've always wanted to fast public transport to my school so I could read while I wait on my commute. Huh, interesting. I think it's my brain just not valuing creative stuff I do unless it's completely hobbyist like Minecraft mod packs. Hey, and that's perfectly fine. I think for me, because this is a very explicit goal, in my mind, it's something I have to like. It's not like a recreation. I mean, it's cool and I enjoy doing it, but it's not inherently recreation in my mind. It's something that's needs to be done for my the work I'm doing. The same way the same way the team at Nintendo, when they were making Mario Kart for the Super Nintendo, they had to take a day to go to Disneyland and ride the go-karts. Like, yeah, it's fun, it's a cool activity, but in their minds while they're doing it, they're trying to it's with an explicit goal of making a game, and they're taking very particular care to remember the experience and critical parts of it. So it's odd. Like a book like on linear algebra, it kind of feels the same for me working through it as like reading some Fahrenheit 450 I forgot 459 457 I forgot the number. I always forget it. Or reading Brave New World or something. Or reading the Magdeburg Confession. Lucky that you can read while in a vehicle. I have car sickness and can't read as it triggers it. Oh, that sucks, Draco. Have you ever tried, out of curiosity, I've seen those goggles that people have for car sickness that has like water around the rim, so you always have like a frame of reference. Does that actually help? Or is that just annoying? Or just have you not tried it? Because I don't imagine many people have it. At least I would assume. Alright, do we have our... Where's our... Okay, we have to set up our tablet, don't we? Is it Wacom Xset? I forgot. Xset Wacom. Set 12 map to output. I'm pretty sure it's had 0. Okay, I imagine the device port changed at that moment. There we go. Now I can actually draw the tablet. Very nice. Okay. I'm gonna try out the green screen thing at some point one of these days. I'm starting to lean towards the idea of making this set feel like we're on a ship in space. That's what the season's gonna be, the theme. You wanna be a hacker? Then best learn some coding, man. My mother has some, and I think she said they do work. Interesting. I personally haven't tried them. Good to hear, though. Good to know. So, here's an idea I had. We're gonna do a few layers. Why does this feel slower for some reason? Okay. So we're gonna have multiple layers. There's gonna be a background one. So one idea I have for a world is I want to have... Let's pitch this. So let's just put our palette for a second. So that way I can just quickly grab colors as I need. Oh, it's doing the thing. Oh no, it's not doing anything. Perfect. Okay. I don't like those colors. Oops. Oh, we're done with the CD. I can restart it though. Yeah, let's use this color. That seems more distinct than this. So imagine this world where the surface of the planet or at least on the surface of where the character is writing. There's this large... Oh, what? Oh, I can change color palettes like that? I mean, that's kind of cool, but also I don't want to do that. I just want to change the size. I'm not sure what to do here. How do I... Well, this is a pickle, isn't it? Alright, we're gonna... Before we do any work, let me actually configure this to do the thing I want it to do. Keyboard shortcuts. Where's brush size? Where's brush size? Sprite, canvas size, small size, medium size, palette. Nope, canvas size, palette size. Change brush size. Oh, I can just hold control. Mouse wheel. Oh, that's not convenient. I want to be able to just keep my hand on that. Brush increments. Decrement. Okay, here we go. You're gonna be this one. And you're gonna be this one. Or actually, if I really want to, because I'm usually just using this, right? So in fact, I think it might be better to have decrement be this one, okay? And increment be this one. So I can be able to do like... Nice. Okay, perfect. Now we can get back to the work here. So we're on this planet. Come on. There you go. It's a very complicated career. It takes incredible patience to be able to be successful in that field. Yeah, you're gonna have to... Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. Like, the hardest... So here's a general idea. It's far easier to write code than it is to read code. Writing code is a fun part. Everyone loves writing code. Reading code, that is where things get difficult. That's where things get hard. And you're doing a reverse engineering. Not only are you reading someone else's code, but there's no naming, there's no nothing to help you out at all. You're just seeing randomly. Like if you're using Ghidra, for example, that's a reverse engineering tool. It decompiles an executable into like a C++ project. If you're looking at Ghidra, or the output of Ghidra, you're not going to have any helpful names. You're just going to have all these functions and variables and classes and structs that just don't have any, that they don't have a name. So you have to figure out what they're doing and then provide names to them, and you can start making more sense out of stuff. It's a whole thing, dude. All right, anyways, so we have an environment, right? So we're on this planet, and the area we're in, we are going to be doing... Can I press P in Paint? Nice. Cool. So I can keep my hands like this. So there's going to be a mountain that exists on this area, right? And that's nothing too crazy. I mean, we see interesting geographical structures around, even on our planet. That's not the crazy thing. There's been some crazy human endeavors on this area, on this planet. And they've been able to not only do some megastructures, but also they have created a separate shell to the planet that exists above the planet's surface. So now there's this other thing that exists in the sky. And not only is it a giant man-made structure, it has some protrusions that look like mountains going down this way. And not only that, this whole thing's suspended with these large mega structures. that are mountain scale. That's the kind of this kind of scale this planet's working on. This is an idea I had before. The issue though is I'm not sure how we're going to deal with lighting. And in fact, if you look at the engine project we've showcased before, you'll see that this is not a new idea. This is rather just one I'm kind of bringing back, resurrecting. Maybe it's going to have cross sections. So the scale of these things, I'm not sure how we're going to do it. How big we want to make it or small we want to make it. Like this seems almost too comically large. But maybe that's fine. Maybe these mountains are a little too pronounced. But essentially the surface of this world is kind of like a cave. Or maybe this is not the original surface of the world, but rather they've burrowed so big that you have stalagmites and stalactites that are mountain size. That's how big the burrowing and the digging has gotten on this planet. And we're just flying on like a inside. Maybe there will be some artificial lights here. I mean, you're able to create these huge megastructures, right? Why not have some kind of artificial lights while we're doing that? I'm not sure where they would live though. Or maybe we don't do like big illumination. I don't know. I actually want to look at the asset we did for the Actually, you know what? Let's open up the personal project, because I think we have... Was it Mini Quest? No, it was in... Was Mini Quest the Rust? Yeah, it's Rust. The Rust project. Do you have that background there? Yeah, this background here. Oh my goodness, why is this game being so slow? Jeez. The time delta calculations are terrible. But this one doesn't have... the idea is that these are space elevators. I like this idea, though. Of like, I don't like the rendering that like how I did the art here, but for the mountains, but why is this like performance so variable? Sometimes it works pretty fast and other times it works very slow. It's very strange. Anyways. But yeah, I think maybe we'll do some inspirations. Maybe there's like crystals under the ground or something. Or you know what? Maybe let me iterate on this a little bit. Actually, let's bring this here, yank this here. Cool. So we'll bring the mountain back here again. What if we... I think... I don't like the angle we're doing things. It seems like I was under the impression that we have like this upper sphere and then upper shell and lower shell, and then we're gonna have like these cross braces for these things. But what if, I think it'd be cooler to have this sense of depth of not these massive things, but rather single individual pillars, but there's a bunch of them at different depths. So some are very close to the foreground, some are smaller in the background, and then some are really big, and then you get to see the details of them up close, of how these mega structures are supported. So you'd still have this big mountain here that we've described. Like, that's still going to exist. But now, instead of these big beams kind of dwarfing them, they're still going to be there, and they're going to be humongous. But we're going to communicate their scale in a very different way via, like, depth and quantity. So we have these in the background, then we start having some that are in the foreground, and we start getting a sense of depth because some of them are in front of the mountains. I think get closer at certain intervals for the player. I think I like this idea more, because then we're gonna have multiple layers of this, and I think that's going to stick out. The parallax effect is going to be so much more prominent with all these different elevators at different, or elevators or supports or beams or whatever, at different depths and distances. And it's also going to make the scale of this much more clearer as well. And eventually, like, the player might be pass over one, and it's going to be huge. It's going to be absolutely humongous. Like, it takes them like a few seconds to pass them, and that's going to communicate the entire scale of this place. I think that's a cool idea. Lighting is still like a bit odd. I'm not sure how we're going to do it. How we want to go about the lighting situation here. And there's also the idea of the inverse mountains to consider as well. We can have either one big light source. We can make it feel like this mountain's emitting its own light, like radiating itself. We could just choose not to specify it as well. I don't know. Or we're gonna have some objects that are suspended here. That explains the radiation of light, and we have things that are reacting to it. So I think these are going to be very brightly lit. I'm not sure what this thing would be though. This central, you can have like a tower or something, or maybe it could be a suspended thing. It'd be kind of cool if there's a bunch of like wiring or something tied to it. Like the light source is something that should be special, I think. Russ, my beloved. Oh no, Cornelius. What's the engine you're using? It was a self-made engine. That's a self-made engine. I was using like Glium for the OpenGL bindings. Yeah, left-handed is great. I mean, if I was right-handed, I can also make the bindings for this. The cool thing with custom key shortcuts and a split keyboard is that the world is your oyster. You can make it bend to your will. In fact, the whole point of Linux is that I can bend the operating system to my will and have a interface that makes sense to me. Really cool. Let's go, dude. Cave painting. I never played Horizon Zero Dawn. Believe it or not, the class project I'm working on is a web server in Rust with a front end written in React. Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't disbelieve that. There's been a bunch of people do. I think that's like one of the target places where Rust has been kind of proposed, is like having backend be written in Rust. There's an article a while ago too of this guy who took this web stack that was written in Go and converted to Rust so that their costs for supporting these APIs would not be as huge as they were. I'm sorry. Oh, this is the engine. Okay, yeah. Here we go. I was like, did I just close? I'm liking this idea though. I just need to figure out this light source thing. The light source is where a lot of ambiguity lives. But you know what we can do? And we have a lot of vertical space here, so we might want to better utilize it. Yeah, there's vertical space that's on the table that we're not using. So how do we make the most of this? Made any zombies? Nah. I don't think this game is a zombie game. An excellent back-end language. It's insanely fast, an excellent type system, and error system is wonderful to work with. Yeah, I think for back-end systems, it's perfectly acceptable. I mean, it's designed for that. I think that's the target for it. I think things are very iterative, like games. That's where things kind of don't work well. Or when you really need to do really, really intensive performance stuff, then like the safety, the borrow checker, and all that stuff starts becoming a pain. I mean, I used to use Rust for a fat minute. It was good. I mean, for the time I used it, was. Here's for reference, right? That engine project took like 2 years, just like on and off, right? But like around there, or a year at most, right? Let's say that. I rewrote that engine project in C or C++ in like 2 weeks. It was like so crazy fast to rewrite it. Like the thing I dread doing with Rust is like refactors and restructuring or reimplementation. It makes every step of it very painful. And I think with games, or especially game engines where part of it's like the iteration, it's like the friction was just too much for me. The idea of drawing a super cube, I'm getting super tired. I'm gonna go sleep. Do not finish the project yet, please. We'll see, Yasmin. Go sleep though. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Error system. Yeah, the borrow checker stuff, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I think the going to sleep thing, I think it's kind of the go. It's not I think it's like the most natural byproduct of this stream. There's been a bunch of people who are like kind of apologizing for going to sleep, or like, don't take it the wrong way. And it's like, no, dude, it's great. I'm glad. I'm glad you had to feel relaxed and chill in this environment, in this space. Okay. You know what? I should just throw this into a level right now. Let me separate this into discrete layers and see where this goes and see how I feel about it. So I'm gonna make this be low opacity. We're gonna do a layer for just like the background stuff. We're gonna do these will be like the far away ones. And then after that, we're gonna have the a second layer, set of layers. And these are gonna be like the bigger ones. Like this. And then we're gonna have another layer with the ultra big ones. I'm gonna put this in the game and we're gonna test it to see how it feels. And see if we like this setup. And then we have to have like the far away item, the mountain. So I'm gonna make another layer. And it's just gonna be the mountain. Which, if we're going based off of the top one's the furthest. Oh no, the bottom one's the furthest. Never mind, I had it right the first time. So we could just do this here then. Let's detail the mountain a bit. We can have multiple terrain layers as well. That's another idea too. Like, it doesn't have to be just one. We can have like multiple different mountain layers and style them differently. What if we made the ceiling like popcorn ceiling? And have like snow effects, but it's not snow, it's actually just asbestos. We could just make this the shorten your lifespan level. Oh man. That'd be sounds like a great idea. Export. We're gonna go to gameplay, levels. That's asbestos. Looks like the woods of Rivendell. That's cool, Timothy. Kind of, in a weird way. It's like this reclusive kind of thing, but we're just iterating. Let's see what comes forth from here. Also, good to see you again, Tommy. Glad to have you here. Okay, so we're gonna go to level. Oh, we're gonna do this actually. I'm gonna save the current background, and I'm gonna just duplicate this. And instead, we're gonna attach the level stuff there. Gameplay, levels. Oh, come on. Hey, Sprite, you always do this, dude. Save it as a PNG, man. Oh. You're not going to export it as a, because it's not an animation. Export as a PNG. Okay. All frames, select the frames. Is there a way to export the individual layers? Oh, come on. Visible layers. You can choose which layers to export, but it doesn't let me know if there's a way to. Doesn't let me know if there's a way to. Okay, we're gonna have to do this differently than I originally had planned. I mean, this is gonna be kind of fun though. Boom. 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 Ba-boom. Oh, this one doesn't count. Ba-boom. Oh, I got the counts right. Boom. Okay, we can't. Yeah, that's fine. We don't want to delete that one. Boom, boom, boom. Cool. Let's try this again. Yes. Yes. There we go. We got what we wanted. Now we should have multiple levels there. Perfect. And now I have the privilege of simply going, applying our pixel preset and making them all be 512 by 512. Apply. And now it's just going to work. And then I can just go in sequential order. Weird how this is working. Why is it behaving this way? Pixel light should be on. What else is there? Oh, you have to provide this. Okay. Okay, that's fine. In fact, I'm gonna edit this so that size is normally 512. I think that's gonna be what we aim for. And then we can just kind of duplicate, move forward, and just throw these on respectively. Okay, cool. Move you back. Maybe I don't want it to be 512. Can I make this, what seems more appropriate? Is that making it bigger or smaller? Yeah. I think I have to do like 2048 or something. To get the correct size. Also I'm not sure of the. I'm gonna have to see. So I'm gonna make this emissive as well. Okay, let's just keep going through this layer by layer. So go back to here. We did layer what? Layer 5. So let's do 4 here. Oh no, we did 4. 3. 3. Okay. And then we have 2. I'm not gonna be able to select that. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm moving. Oh, it's a point light, that's what it is. Okay, we're just gonna have to select based off of the quad. Okay. And then I think we have to make another one. I'm gonna grab the back one though. We're gonna do this in order. It's also gonna be easier to actually apply this stuff too. You're gonna be at the top. Oh, I got it backwards. Here you go. Now we're talking. Let's see how this looks in game. I'm gonna have to change some stuff though. Unity open counts as a day. No, I'm doing assets, alright? I'm just looking to see how the assets look. We haven't done the proper coding, alright? You shush. It doesn't count. Where is the mountain? How are things aligned right now? So that's where the mountain is. My scribbles. But what about... One second. We're gonna go to materials. All of you, you're gonna be a mist of 1. You're gonna be size of 2048. You're gonna be happy about it. Okay, I better not hear any lip. No nothing. Yeah, I'm very high up here. I can see the vision a little bit. Also good to see you, Zero. I don't understand how Cozy can work with such a cramped editor UI. You just live, you just learn. You adapt, you overcome. You cry at night. It's all part of the game. And then we need to do some kind of offset because this is not gonna. I'm not seeing. This is not working quite the way I want it to. Is that enough? Not enough to entertain you? What is wrong here? Fine, 2,000. does that make you happy? And then we have to do some kind of offset. Like we don't, or maybe make the maybe we have to add offs. It's a little bit of code. It's just to visualize this properly, okay? This is all this is to visualize it. It's not development. We're just visualizing. Okay, I need to have the visuals. I can't do art unless I can assess my creation correctly. Okay? This is not programming. This is not development. This is purely just art. Or, yeah, art. See, that's all that. There's all there is to it. See, there's nothing more than that. See, that wasn't coding. That was art. Art. Simple, easy art. Okay, let's see this. I don't understand how Cozy can work with such a yeah. I'm starting a union about the size 28 UI element. What size UI? Size 28 UI element? What are we talking about? Why are we mad? What did I do wrong? So this is where the game normally occupies. And then this is gonna be the humongous element that's gonna eclipse. Oh, the pixels are so, you can see the pixels. So yeah, resolutions are not the same. I actually have to physically change the size of this. The closer it gets. I can see the culling happening back here. I need to expand it. It's like it's too much. Ow. Like you see the player glitching through the... It's kind of hilarious. So where the player is right now... What are they even seeing? So hi, you're the player. And what are you seeing right now? Okay, besides like this huge 32. Let's ignore this right now. So you're seeing this blob we have here. So that is a foreground element. So yeah, as they get more to the foreground, we probably should make them smaller so you can see more of the resolution up front. Because you can see the pixels. The pixels are very... Okay, this is the front one. So what do I make you like 512 again? How does that look? Well, I don't even see it now. Was the offset far too much for the player? Or maybe not further enough. Oh, or maybe they're just not further enough. Yep, and there it pops in. Okay, and then it actually looks reasonable again. The pixels are not super apparent, though it needs to go up a little layer. The background needs to be much bigger as well. So yeah, I think the size attribute we might do it just programmatically. Where the bigger you the Z component, the more we scale it by, instead of manually managing that. Okay. So we have this. The mountain's way too low. And too close as well. You want this to feel big and imposing. We're gonna move the mountain further out. Over here. Let's be further back. This guy needs to be humongous. So we're gonna make you be like 4. Let's just do 8,000. The quad's also just not big enough either. So we actually have to physically. I might want to just do this on a. I may want to just do this all in the shader. And then when this, as far as it is, we gotta make it bigger as well. So maybe I'll do 3,000 and that'll be fine. Watching while I'm waiting for my Docker Compose up. Oh snap. I'm not gonna lie, I never used Docker. I tried like once, but didn't quite get far with it. But I feel like it's something I kind of should learn at some point. That's the thing big people do. The adults in the tech room do. Okay, I'm liking the layering. This parallax layering. This actually feels like it's working correctly. I'm liking this. What a world. I'm actually liking this. And we have the Z follow, so this scrolls infinitely. Or at least it should. Yes, it does. You can see the parallax happening. With different colors, it'd make it easier. This is working good, though. I actually feel very happy with that. And for this stage in particular, we'd want to have like a different layout for the foreground so we can fit more into this theme. But yes, this is working good. So I think we're gonna actually make the actual final. I'm gonna start making some higher fidelity renders of this. Or at least to some of the components here. Like the mountain for sure needs to be better. This is not good the way it is right now. For server environments, I actually need to set up a Docker for my project, but it's fine. Yeah, I mean, that's how I've been doing. Also, Mark Heath, I'm sorry I didn't see you there, but what's going on? It's good to see you. Just finished shoveling water out of your dishwasher with a cup. That is insane, dude. That's actually pretty freaking gnarly. How did that even happen? I mean, it's a dishwasher, but I don't think in any times I used it, I had to shovel water out of it. Ugh. Pardon me. Yeah, I need to use Docker. The reason I'm looking at it is because it's useful for like CI stuff. It's something that's going to be increasingly more of relevance. And just, you know, just gonna have. But I don't know, it's just something peripheral to programming. I'd rather just make the thing. And it's like another layer of abstraction. Like, that's the thing that's like bothering me. I hate all these layers of abstraction, dog. What can you do, man? We should do something more fun though than Docker. Like, the whole idea is you want to have your things run consistently no matter what, right? You know what? Why not just deploy the PS1 emulators? Have that be the backbone of your your projects and processes. Oh, man. Yeah, that and like Kubernetes and stuff like that. It's a whole thing. A whole thing. More like house washer. Decided to have issues. Oh my goodness. I'm so rip Jocko. I'm new to programming, and Docker helps me avoid breaking things globally. If you know what you're doing, you should be good, I imagine. I mean that's how you learn though. By breaking things. I mean, also, like, I don't know, like, I don't know how like, I don't think, at least for most stuff I've done, it's nothing's that crazy. Like, nothing you do is really capable of breaking fundamental things in your machine. If you're working in like something like where they have a deployment pipeline, then like, yeah, if things are bad, that's kind of what PRs are for, and why integration tests exists. I don't know. There's also that, like, I remember when I used to have this idea, like, oh, but there's people who are smarter than me, right? And they're gonna be doing things that are reasonable, so I should just rely on the things that they're doing. And then I just see Windows randomly brick my ability to build and play Unity projects because they have some dumb security policy that blocks DLLs randomly at some point. And guess what? If you disable it, you can't re-enable it without reinstalling Windows. You can disable it. You can't re-enable it though. It's great. It's like, oh, okay, fantastic. That's a different thing. That's just that. That's a recent sore spot I've had to wrestle with recently. Makes me a little mad. But that's a different thing. Yeah, you get good enough at not breaking them. Let's go on, Lazy Rash. How are we doing today? Some pipes and see if I can figure out the issue. Oh my goodness. You underestimate my powers. I mean, like, what are we doing, dude? Are you writing a program to delete System 32? Like, I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't think the average person is gonna accidentally delete their Win32 folder while following a Hello World project of Python. I think like all the bad things I've seen happen from someone's code is not very obvious, but rather is insidious and subtle. And even then, it's like nothing. Like, it's only bad if someone exploits it, right? And it's not just like it in isolation. Like, most exploits are rather a chain of different exploits someone is aware of and can chain together to produce the result they want. And you have to be a very targeted person for that kind of thing. I guess the big litmus test is if you're willing to run a program you've downloaded off the internet on your machine, then my machine can handle the weird Python script or random C++ file traversal thing. I think on Linux you have a lot more places where you can go wrong. Like if you do a system thing and then you type in rm/rf and that's it, like rm or -rf. Okay, that's bad news bears. You delete everything. But like, just don't do that. Just know not to do that. Like, I think it's easier to accidentally do that in a command prompt. I think if you're typing code though, that's gonna be running a system command. Like there's a lot more contemplation that happens there. And I think most people are scared of that command. Who are working Linux. But on your Windows, like, you're fine. I ran a VM just to brick a Linux distro live on stream, of course. Oh my goodness. Doing phenomenal. Let's go, dude. I'm glad to hear that, Lazy Rash. I'm glad to hear that. I'm feeling pretty good myself too, man. I'm glad we got people having a good one. I think we need more of that in life. Do I know how to shade mountains? I don't think I do. They're also really fat and heavy compared to a Docker. No preserve root. Sudo rm/rf, no preserve root. That's how we do. That's the classic. What was the other one? There was like that. I saw someone say like There's like some meme about deleting an unneeded language pack from your system. And I think it's just a sneaky way of doing that, I think. I can't remember what it was though. I need to I can't remember. It was a meme. A good one at that. Should I look at mountains? Do I even dare to look at mountains? And learn. Oh, let's go on a sweet tea. Sudo rmr-rf. Yeah, I don't like French language pack. Yeah, sweet tea. That's the little French language. Get rid of that French language pack. You don't need it, guys. It's honestly just a one big psyop. Get rid of that thing. You don't need it. Can I see the mountain, please? There is the mountain. I need to make it higher. It feels too small. I think mountains deserve respect. Their gravitas. You see a mountain, you should feel scared. You ever see the moon, and on a particular day the moon just seems bigger than usual, and you look at the moon in the sky and it looks way bigger than you've ever seen before, and you go, huh, I know logically the moon is just orbiting and this is natural, and yet I cannot help but feel as if the moon is about to crash into the earth at any given moment, and I can already see the situation as things get pulled up and start smashing into it, and you start getting a little panicky thinking about it as you look more at the moon. I kind of want to trigger that same kind of feeling with the players here. Can we achieve it? I don't know. But are we going to try? Yes, we are. It's supposed to be sudo rm-rf / is to remove the French language pack. Yeah, the French language pack. It's so insidious. I love it. You'd unironically use the French language pack. Cozy bud, the moon is not, it's not, what, sating? What's sating? That would be a much easier way to get to the moon. It would be easier. Just have the moon come to us. I'm surprised NASA hasn't considered it. They're honestly kind of absolute fools for not considering, hey, isn't it easier just to bring the moon to us than to bring us to the moon? Come on. And then haters are going to be like, but what are you going to do when you're done with it? Put it back. Easy. I'm just saying, man. So simple. Way to get to me. Don't give them ideas. Season 8, it's a reference. I don't get it. Then I'm tragically I'm out. I don't get it. I'm out of the loop here. However, I'm gonna search up German mountains. That's not really a thing, is it, right? Photographs. I mean, I don't have to be really concerned about that. Are these just censored? Are they simply not? Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Actually, I don't know. I like that it was wide. This seems more in the spirit of the colors we're going for. Yeah, look at that. You have like ice peaks separated by like a dark undercolor. And you can see how the snow is trapped in like the little armpits of the mountain, the little pits. And there's like little, oh, that's the other idea. I want to have clouds too. That's the other thing we need to do. Yeah, we're going to do that. Okay, so we have to have multiple colors here then. At least for this type of mountain. Before I'm using white, particularly just to like outline, there's the faces of the mountain, but I think we actually have to have discrete, like, discrete sections that have, I was just using the color white just to say, hey, this is the part that's lit, this is the part that's unlit, and that's fine, but I kind of like this depiction of mountains a little bit more for what we're doing. Is that cat? Of course. Did I forget to bring up Kaggy? That I'm Kaggying this? Cozy Ross. You're the second person to bring that up, Lazy Rash. I guess that's the next evolution. Don't forget the watermark in the images. Yeah, I'm gonna put the watermark in the game. I ask one thing, is music going on your headphones? Because you wearing it and I can't hear any music though. I have music playing in the background on the CD player. I just have it low for whatever reasons. It's nice for me to hear it, but I know others may not. Some people like to listen to other music while the stream is happening, so I don't know. I keep it at this low level. I think we're gonna go for this. I think this is more in the vein of what we want to do. And I like the idea of the clouds in the background as well, so we're gonna do that as well. Yes, it's all coming together. It's all coming together very nicely. Very nicely. So, okay. Let's just simply execute it. It's simple, guys. We just do the thing. We just do the thing. Which means the snow has to have like a lit color and an unlit color. I think these suffice perfectly fine. I think what we need now is the underlying color. And I want it to be a little bit darker than this. Maybe this can be like the lit color, and then we can use something a little bit more darker for that additional contrast. Such as this, potentially. Maybe I'll make this a little bit. Replace this color with something a little bit more darker. A little bit more darker. Okay, that's cool. Now this guy feels too bright. You feel a little too happy, my friend. I don't like that. Okay. So if we look at here, there's like, it's not just in the pits over there, in the base. It's also happening, I guess this area is more flat, so snow aggregates. But if you look at the very tips and the edges, you're seeing where this kind of becomes very prominent. There's like macro features, and then there's like these micro ones. I don't know. We're gonna see what we can do. I have to make some hard decisions about topology though, so what do we do here? I guess we can carve here, and maybe have the mountain split off here, like different directions. Okay. Okay. So they have shapes that are kind of mimicking some of the patterns here. It's like if there's this like if there's like this bend shape, they kind of repeat it a few times as well. I almost feel like I should 3D model this ahead of time. But I'm gonna have a break here. As if like snow kind of piled up. And then we can kind of start conveying some of the volume of this environment. And this will be the brighter side. There's some sections where it's just purely... So there's a side of the mountain that's going to have much more snow than the other sides. In this case, it's like the right front plains. Interesting. Okay. More observations. What can we do with that as we try to simulate it? So these are planes that are facing away, and then these are planes that are facing forward, which is why they have snow on them. 1 second, let me stand a little bit better. Or sit a little bit better. Also, let me know if you guys prefer the music or no music. I could always just do the brown space noise that we have going on here. In fact, I could do a poll if anything. If there's any person who would desire that. You like it, Draco? Alright. Well, it should stand then. I'd like to go travel and see some mountains one day. Should probably go out west. I know the US has some bold and bodacious mountains around here somewhere in some spots, but the ones I see in pictures seem so, I don't know, they have some character to them. There's something about it. We do have Appalachia. Yeah, honestly, I feel like I started this wrong. I should have like defined some massive general shapes, and then start doing that etching from there, like almost recursively. So like for example, we can start defining maybe I decide we're gonna make this a ridge. And we're gonna start supporting, or actually maybe we'll make this a ridge. That seems to be better in line with what we're doing. So we can have everything support this general shape we're gonna be carving out here. And reinforcing it and making it feel like the correct, like the one continuous shape. You know, there's different elements there. So this being lit, this can remain shadow, and then maybe we can have this shape start bending and changing a bit. Yeah, and then have this continue down this way. And then from here, if you look at, yeah, it's like a discrete ribbon, and then another shape starts emerging from it. Though they have like a little other offshoot contours that are there. So I don't think I'm actually too far off here. But we need to put our foot down and say, hey, this part of the map is gonna be, or this is gonna be for sure the dark side. And we can have some tells that indicate the transition to the next peaks. Like here. Even make it be fully continuous. And then what they do is they also have other parts that kind of shut out and mimic this top part here. That also transition like this. And where these downslopes exist, snow seems to like cling there. Which I guess makes sense. Gravity's informing this kind of downward pull. Yeah, there's some like major ones too. Like there's some major lines that are appearing that started like upstream like this. Then they have other ones that are smaller little offshoots that just kind of happened. Like this. Little stuff. Yeah, I'm liking this so far. How are you doing today? What's going on, Mind Test? I'm doing good today, man. Getting a lot of art stuff done. Very relaxed. Art is always kind of a relaxing thing. It's not I don't know, it's just a different type of endeavor. Different part of the brain. I think coding for me has like coding has like a higher highs and lower lows. Art is just kind of something that feels very much like a function of time. and I don't find myself going through those rapid changes in emotion and all that. It's cool. It's a very different beast. Love it all the same though. And we're learning a bit more about some physical phenomenon as well, so that's always good. It's amazing how much gnarly stuff exists in nature that we just don't ever truly acknowledge or appreciate. Oh, look at that mountain. Does that not feel more like a mountain? It certainly feels more like a mountain to me. Hopefully you're doing well. Mind test. Kind of feels like never-ending story music. I never heard of that actually. Never-ending story. Yet again, yep, it happens. Haven't filled the 12 a.m. rule. Fall asleep before 12. Isn't over yet. Yeah, that's true. To Linux yesterday. Oh my goodness! Oh wait, 1 second. We gotta. 1 second. What's some good music for the occasion? What's some good music for the occasion? 1 second. Here we go. Congratulations, Mind Test. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the Brotherhood of Linux. It is glad to have you among us. I hope you enjoy your stay. There's ups and downs with all things, but trust me, you will be in a better place, my friend. Before you ever played it, yep, you got me, Draco. You got me. What can I say? Great minds think alike. But yeah, glad to have you here, man. I decided on Zorin just because I haven't used it yet, and because my sisters haven't used it before. I have never heard of Zorin, dude. What is this? Hopefully, like, okay, it is a real. I'm not gonna lie. For a split second there, Mind Test, I thought you made something up so you can be like I thought it was gonna be like a D's nuts thing. I was like, what's Zorin? And you're like, Zorin up your face, dude. And I'm gonna be like, oh, he got me. Oh no. But no, Zorin OS is a real thing. It appears. So we're good. Zorin OS is real. I have not been got yet. Zorin your French language pack. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh man. Alright, let me actually look at it though. Zorin OS. Is it like a Arch based or a Debian based? Or is it something else? Make your computer better. I like that idea. Forbes talked about a PC World. There's so many Linux OSs that like people endorse and like a lot that I just never hear of, but it's like has a reputation that it's kind of crazy. Incredible apps, and it's playing a bunch of games. You can game on it. Ready, Set, Game. Lutris, Epic Games, itch.io, Steam, GOG. Nice. It has notifications, sync notifications, and messages. Can you have Zorin on your phone? Why am I saying that? It's a Android thing. Dude, I've been wanting to switch my phone. I've been thinking about maybe going to Carbon. Made with Clover in Ireland. I'm just saying, man. This doesn't make sense, okay? But if you swap this for a beer icon or something, Then it's like, oh, of course, dude. It makes perfect sense. Alright. This looks cool, though. For schools, pro. What's a pro one? I mean, it seems pretty straightforward, though. They got Blender on there. That's an old version of Blender, though. I believe. A very sleek presentation style. Oh, they have like the middle bar thing. Yeah, I guess they have different options for the taskbar. Interesting. It's like a KDE Ubuntu-like compact panel. Yeah, they have different presentation. Elementary OS. Heck yeah, these kids have Brave. Though I gotta say, dude, I don't want any technology in my schools. Like, if my kids are not gonna have access to a tablet, or they're not gonna use that at all, like at home or in their education. That has no place. Maybe there's a few places, but no. At most, we're gonna have like a house PC that's like in a public place in the living room or something, and they can engage with it. But nah, dog. That looks cool though. That looks cool. Oh, I've been using Linux on my laptop for a while. I actually use Arch for a little bit as well. Cool. But I use Ubuntu and Mint the most in the past. I'm pretty sure it's Debian because it's based on Ubuntu LTS. Oh yeah, definitely. What's going on, Nutawut? I cannot pronounce what you said, but hey, I'm glad to have you here. It can make choosing hard, but it means if you use something and don't like it, you have alternatives. Yep, that's true, Cornelius. Popping by to say hi, artsy party. Thank you, Terrell. It's good to have you here, man. It's always a pleasure to have you, dog. And what's going on, user? Glad to have you here. Make yourself at home. As long as your home is PG-13. PG. We have this nice detailed section here. I still don't know what we're going to do with the... Because even the parts... I mean, there's some parts that have a lot of snow, but they're more at the base of the mountain. The tops seemingly have not as much of that going on. But maybe in our world we're going to have mountains that actually can have a bunch of snow on them. I don't know. I don't know though, it kind of makes the snow pop out more. When there's less snow, it just kind of pops out much more. And I like that. But there's more like individual, there's no groups, but there's a bunch of individual specs and stuff. I'll do some subtle AA here and there, but nothing too drastic. I'm not gonna lie, I was originally gonna go with Bazite, but the installer apparently runs on Mozilla Firefox since when Firefox crashed, it crashed the installer as well. Is that true? That's crazy. I actually tried Bazite for like 1 second just to see if it would fix the driver issues on the audio driver issues on my laptop, and I didn't, and I just promptly got rid of it. That is crazy though, that they're using Firefox to run their installer. That is insane. That's like the whole thing of like everything becoming a web app, just relying upon this level of abstractions instead of writing native hardware. That's just wild. That sucks, it crashed too. Just thinking through like what you just described right now. That's kind of gnarly to me, man. I don't see that repeated V structure though. If I do see a kind of V structure, it's actually happening more in like it's like more contiguous blocks. Like they're much bigger, and they're not parallel like this. And they're significantly larger as well. Like the snow is not the most dominant thing here. I guess, of course, we don't have to do a carbon copy of this. We can take our liberties where we want to, but I don't know. I kind of want to have something that feels a little... Well, let's start carving out this section over here while we're at it, and do the idea, or apply the idea we had of like outlining specific color groups or geometric faces on our mountain, and then have everything else reflect that. So it feels like we actually have a discrete surface of the mountain. And then we can have like the small offset groups that we had there too, but there'd be the offsets. I really want to do the blue screen thing though, or the green screen thing idea for the background. I think it might be cool just having, I don't know, maybe you guys might hate it. I guess you let me know when I do it in stream, but I kind of like the idea of this season going for a spaceship feel vibe for streams, so it's like we're in a different world. Honestly, I just want to kind of recreate that vibe of like Cowboy Bebop, where it's future kind of environment, but still kind of old school tech. I think that fits the idea I have in mind. Like this desk is going to turn into a set essentially, little by little. I'm fine with that. I mean, it's kind of turning into it already. We have this lighting, crazy lighting set up. It was going Rabnez. Are you talking about the setup or the mounds? Either way though, thank you. I'm glad you dig it. Of Axel from Split? Who's Axel from Split? Okay, not an Axel Split. Axel from... We spelled it S-P-I-L. Okay, let's do that. Oh. I can totally see that, especially with all the windows and all the different screens and wires and stuff. It's actually crazy. There's way more going on off camera you guys don't see. You're just getting a nice little slice of it. So I decided to just say screw it and went to Zorin because it was an OS that that is actually well received, and I felt my sisters would get acclimated to Linux a little easier while looking nice. I did install Unity on here, and it runs really well, but for some reason Unity randomly hangs, and I just haven't found the reason why. Weird. And it's not like it's repeatable. I was messing around with the VFX graph, but I didn't even add any nodes, and it just froze. That is pretty gnarly. Yeah, there's some weird jinkness on Unity from Unity on these platforms. What can you do? Heck, the recompilation on my end is just not very consistent, and that's like throwing me for a loop. Both, man. Dig the setup. Warm, cozy vibes, but I was referring to the mountains. They look dope. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad you dig both of them and dig the mountains as well. They're coming together little by little. In fact, let's take a look at it in game. Let's actually go into game and run it and see how they look. We started with just some basic sketches, and we're slowly building up an environment. So we have like these different layers are going to be in different foregrounds and backgrounds and positions, relatively speaking. But where's the mountain? I don't see. Oh, it's really high up. Whoops. So I'm too far below to actually see it. Oh, it does look pretty cool though when I actually go when I get a little peek of it. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Yeah, and this is how you get the verticality of the game. Come on, what path am I on? Yeah, there's a bunch of paths. I can't even see where I'm at. Maybe I should add some stuff to the level generation, but hey, here we go. Here's a little junction point. We're gonna see more of it. Oh yeah, that's looking pretty, dude. That's looking pretty nice. I'm gonna lower down a little bit though. The offset seems a little too high. I'm gonna do 2, 5, 3. The game by the dev of Buckshot Roulette. Oh, interesting. I saw a video that went through his like catalog of games. They have a very specific feel about them. So we're high up here, and the mountain still seems very high. Like I have to go beyond the limits of the level to be able to see it properly. So we're not gonna do that. We're gonna go lower. You're gonna be 3, 5. Until B5 800 as well, I suppose. I don't know what generation or how old that is. Probably should get better at familiarity for that kind of stuff, but I don't know. I just look at I just gotta know if it's x86 or ARM or x64, and then at most like what kind of AVX they support. I'm liking this so far. The sense of speed is getting there. I like the feeling that there's actually just, we haven't even corrected the blocks yet. We haven't used our sprite atlas yet, and yet it looks so much better. The mounds look super nice already. Just like with 20% of the detail, it looks 80% done. It's crazy. And we still have to do the detailing for the foreground stuff, but those are gonna be easier because they're kind of repeating. Oh man. Alright, 1 second guys. I'm gonna get some water real quick, alright? And maybe a little snack. So be right back 1 second. 1 second. Oh, my neck, dude. Okay. Cool. I'm liking this so far, though. Oh, it's a GPU, not a CPU. It was released back in December of 2024. Oh, interesting. Intel GPU is definitely odder. Yeah, I know they have the whole... They have like... What was it? Is it Intel also... Aren't they making GPU chips? Or GPUs specifically meant for like... Or integrated GPUs meant for AI stuff? I can't remember. I remember that being a thing, though. Or like an APU. Or something. I can't remember. It's not really an area of interest for me, but on a laptop I bought, I think it had some marketing material about that kind of thing. And I was like, cool, I'm never going to use it. Oh no, I think that's something different. Oh, no. I think it has that, but then there's another thing for integrated graphics that's also Intel. And then you have like the discrete graphics thing that they have. ITVs can be used for AI like regular GPUs can be. Graphics processors are just matrix machines, and tensors are just matrices. Yeah, but Cornelius, like there's like specific stuff like touted for that. That's like they're like I know they're fundamentally they're just kind of just GPUs, or they are just GPUs, but I could remember there's like this big marketing push for APUs as a specific thing that they were doing. Tensor processor. Oh yeah, TPUs. There you go. Not APUs, not AI processing units. TPUs. A&E POV. Hey, it's good to see. I haven't seen you in a while. How are we doing? how pixel art is made. Always thought they draw normally and then pixelate it. No, we go hand by hand. At least if you want to do the details right, you gotta do it. Got busy. It's all good. There's no shame. Don't take it as a. When I say I haven't seen in a while, it's not at a place of how dare you. No. It's more like, hey, I haven't seen this dude in minutes. It's good to see the dude again. And to be fair, I've also been kind of sporadic with my streaming. Yeah, things been getting kind of gnarly at work. Okay, how are we gonna do this? How are we gonna do this? I think I wanna have the idea that there's like this ridge that is going up here, and that there's this surface that's hugging it that is separate from this. So like these planes are like at a different angle from one another. Yeah, I like that. I like that significantly. So it feels like there's like this separate surface of the mountain that's running down. I like that a lot, actually. You haven't been here enough. How dare you? No. Hit them with that. Still is, yeah. Left side face reveal question. I mean, my face hasn't really been a secret. It's just that it's not the... I don't think my face is the most interesting thing here. Got an N4 exam on 34, like 30th of April. How do you stay consistent? Need help? You just gotta willpower it, man. Okay, that's like, that sounds like not. There's a stream this week where I absolutely did not want to do it. I was like feeling very tired, very demotivated, and I talked about it actually like midway through it. But there's this crazy thing that happens where if you force your, like if you put your in a position, it could be like you put yourself in a position, like for me pressing stream live, all right, I can't back out, we're in now. But even before that, like there's days where like a few years where I wasn't streaming and I still was working very consistently on projects, and I had days like that too. There's a thing that happens where like if you force yourself to do the thing, you'll find some progress. And all of a sudden, at least for me, this is what happens. Like, I see the thing that happens, and I become excited by it, or I can at least see the possibilities that emerge from it. And all of a sudden, motivation comes from there. And it just kind of is a gift that keeps on giving. So it's a thing where, like, at least for me, motivation follows will, if that makes sense. And there's some papers about this kind of thing too, where there's an actual willpower thing, or executive function part of your mind. And as you get into the habit of doing that, the easier it becomes to like do that kickstart. So there's that. I think also I just enjoy this and seeing the vision become realer and realer with every single iteration. So that definitely helps. But like in a weird way, it kind of for me it parallels the idea of like what actual love is, right? And it's love is not the feeling, because anyone could feel like think they're in love based off of feelings, but rather love is the choice, the conscious decisions you make, even when things don't feel like it, when you don't feel like it, when things are hard and difficult, and you may be even tired and exhausted, and yet you still choose a thing. Because love is not the feeling, it is the will, acting on behalf of your object of affection, or the person of affection. It is the will. So I think that same idea applies here. And then of course there's like things like habits, right? You can try forming for this kind of thing. I kind of struggle with habits. I can do fall into a rhythm for a bit, but then it falls apart. I think it may potentially be like a ADHD thing, where like periodically I have to change up my environment, my surroundings, and my schedule. And that might be just more specific to me, but yeah. Anyways, that's my thoughts on this, at least. And I'm not trying to sound dismissive. I think that's just genuinely kind of the thought process for me and how I think about it. To be consistent for Rocky from Another Universe. Yeah, this hits deep. I remember doing calculus for 10 hours straight. I need my prime back. So stuck integration. Hey, you're better than me, man. I flunked out of Calc 1, the easiest one. There's a bunch of other factors going on in my life during that too, but even with all the excuses in the world, the facts are the facts. Your boy flunked out of Calc. How do you pay for bills if you always work in this game? I have a day job. This game is just for fun. I want to make money from it. And I think the only way I want to profit from streaming at all is from like selling a game. There's something about there's a temptation to like monetize this channel and do all that stuff. I just don't like the idea of people paying for nothing, if that makes sense. Like if I accept money from someone, I want it to be because I provided something for them. And it is an exchange of goods and or services, right? And maybe you can consider this a service, like streaming live and doing it, but in my mind it doesn't feel like that. So this is something I do for fun after work. And although I'm approaching it, although I do want to make money from it, at the same time, part of this is just the gratification of making it. And I'm not going to approach this the same way as a job. Oh, thank you, Cornelius. You got me. I failed Calc 1 too. Freaking hard, dude. Yeah, brother. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one in the failed Calc club. And discrete math. Dang, brother, it happens. Top 5 favorite games. Copy. That's it. That's a hard one. I mean, Mega Man. I don't know which Mega Man X is up there. So this is top 5, but they're not in any particular order. They're just gonna be like. They're all candidates for a top spot, right? They're all equally as meaningful. Mega Man X, for sure. Final Fantasy VI, 100% got me feeling things. The Beginner's Guide, Really fantastic game. Love it. That's 3 for sure. This gets more difficult. The last 2 spots. There's games I used to play a lot that I don't play anymore. And there's like this weird balance of like fun or meaningful, right? Or fun, meaningful, or like just there's a nice fond attachment to it because it was a pivotal thing for me when I was a kid. I would put... Oh, brother. That's hard. I'm gonna think about it a little bit. I need to dig deep and think. Oh, what am I talking about? Little Big Planet. Little Big Planet 100%. That's what got me into making games kind of in the first place. So Little Big Planet for sure. And then I don't know. And Dust Force. Dust Force was a game I played. It was like one of the first Steam games I ever bought. It really captivated me as a kid and informed a lot of my desires for creating this kind of chill, kind of cozy experiences for people. Actually, it's a very meaningful game in that regard and has influenced me a bunch. I've made a bunch of projects trying to do something similar to Dust Force or doing something kind of like it. I think my first full game I ever made was very much influenced by it in some form or fashion, kind of. I think that'll have to be the game I put. So that's my top 5 list. You do Twitch? Nah. Nice conscience? Thank you, man. Trevor Bazett. Who is that? Type 5 games array. Yeah. What's your opinion on split keyboards? Been thinking about buying one. I think they're great. I think they helped me a bunch with my carpal tunnel when I was having a lot of issues with that. And I think they're super fun. Though it's like you don't I don't think you casually own one of these. Actually, I've become kind of a casual nowadays. But in the beginning, like that's your personality. This is who you are, right? In the office, I am the split keyboard guy. I'm the person who, when my boss wants to do something on my computer or something, he has to bring his own keyboard to be able to interact with it. Like, I'm the person who people will sometimes just stop by and watch me programming at the cubicle out of like bewilderment. And like, if you do that, you're gonna become a keyboard guy by extension, because you're gonna get your own switches, you're gonna get your own keycaps, you're gonna be putting some money into it. This is your identity for like a year or two. And even now, since I switched to using a laptop for work, and I just got super lazy with transporting stuff, there's still people who remember those days. There's still people who bring it up. When there's a new person in the office, they bring up, oh, this guy has a crazy keyboard setup. We haven't seen it in like years, but it exists and he can rock it. You should wait till he brings it one day. That's like the kind of life you're gonna be living if you go that setup. And it makes a great icebreaker, because it's like, whenever someone new comes to the office or you meet someone new, it's like, hey, try typing on this. And it's kind of a gateway drug too, because once you start doing that, You start doing some other weird things, like Vim. That's also the same idea. Vim kind of becomes your personality. Man. But yeah, I think split keyboards are great. I think they're pretty fun. I like them. It's amazing. Thank you, Erdna. I'm glad you dig it. So what do you use for coding again? I use, well, it depends on what kind of coding I'm doing. If I'm doing C# stuff or HLSL stuff, I'm doing Rider for Unity. If I'm working in my game engine in C++, I'm using CLion. And if I'm just like working on the pure C++ or C projects, I'm just using normal Vim and GCC, and that's all she wrote. Let's see, where's Riven done? I had you open the other day. I always go back to open it. Where's Riven done? Oh, it's not called Riven done. I forgot. It's Task Manager. Because I didn't change the name. But yeah, for this project, like I'm usually just working like this and then opening buffers for whatever thing I'm doing. So I'm doing commands, then here's where I edit commands. It's fun. I actually really enjoy editing code this way, and I still do it sometimes on C# projects in Unity. Like even at work, sometimes I'll do it where I just bust open raw Vim and just start doing stuff there. But you know, it is what it is. Sometimes you gotta do large refactors, and I would rather not do large refactors manually. And there's gonna be people telling me like, oh, but you can like configure Vim and install plugins to make it do that. It's like, dude, you're making an IDE at that point. I don't want to make an IDE, all right? If I'm using Vim, it's because I want to go full Unga Bunga caveman, all right? I'm trying to escape modernity and return to monkey. And you're telling me to reinvent an IDE for Vim? No, sir. I will stick to my regular Vim. I'll stick to the basic commands you work with. Maybe I might do some changes to Vim RC if I feel particularly fancy. But that's all. That's the most I'm gonna do. It's all I need. See you soon. Gotta go, sadly. Haven't slept in a lot. Gotta do. Good luck with the game and art. Thank you, man. And the life journey to you too, dude. Yeah. God bless, man. You have a good one, dude. Thanks for popping in, dude. Been coding a long time, man. Like 15 years, I think. Maybe not that long. There's plenty of programmers with more experience than that, but I think that's the most accurate estimate I can come up with. I don't know, but it's not. I don't think I have a good answer for that question. It's like, what considers a year of programming? There's like a few years where I just kind of gave up on programming entirely and did other stuff. I mean, most of my life, if you were to ask me like, what do you do? I would tell you I'm a pixel artist. Like that was the first thing I was really focused on doing and getting good at. So I used to do like commission and contract work for pixel art for different games or projects. There's a guy who commissioned a whole tattoo for a pixel art tattoo. And that was like one of the first big ones I did that took a long time. There's some one-off games dudes have done before. But yeah, that was like the main thing, and then at some point I switched to doing music, and that became my main thing. I learned a lot. And then I graduated and I needed a job. And I ended up becoming a programmer. I mean, I've always been programming throughout the entirety of that time, though. Like, in Game Maker, doing scripts and stuff like that, and making various games and doing stuff for game jams, but I didn't really see myself as a programmer. Just as a guy who can do kind of programmer things, but wasn't a big boy. We're 12 hours apart, so gotta go eat lunch now. Have a great day. Yeah, how you going, dude? Thanks for stopping by, watching, and hope you have a good lunch. Get some nutrition in ya. Never let them know your next move. It reminds me of when I did try to make animation pixel art with graphic scale. It was fun. Oh my goodness, I haven't heard of graphic scale in forever. Yeah, pixel art's great. I enjoy it. How to code, and I know the basics of how the functions work, but I'm trying to learn how to use input actions, but I can't find the articles Unity has on it for some reason. Oh, input actions, like you're using the Unity's new input system, and you're trying to like bind to like for example, a button press or something. Yeah, there's different ways to go about it. I think input actions is where I started learning about lambda expressions. That's where I first kind of got exposed to that idea, which is kind of important. I believe they only show you the new packages documentations on their package-specific docs website. Makes sense. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff where I don't even do that. I just go through the IntelliSense and inspect what functions or events exist for me. Insanely powerful. Oh yeah, it's super duper useful. And like it's used across a bunch of different places. I know UniRX relies upon that a bunch. Like every time you do a subscribe, it's basically a lambda. It is a lambda expression that you're adding to. Sometimes I use it for like having specific actions happen at different times. When like, I don't know, things need to be synced in a specific way, and I don't want to have to wait or something. Like I could just pass the function, the behaviors, but that's supposed to happen once that thing gets done, and just make it done, man. Done. Yeah, I absolutely love lambda expressions. Are fun, super useful. I guess you kind of learn about that stuff if you use events in C# as well. Like actions are basically lambda. They're just not anonymous, right? But super duper fun stuff, dude. But yeah, I remember there's like this lady who did a YouTube tutorial that I was following a long time ago when I was trying to get good at this and learn how to actually use Unity's new input system, because I was having that struggle of being like an old curmudgeon where I was so used to using the old one, and I was just like so mad, like, why, how dare you make me learn something new? Is my way not good enough? Where's the other chat? Oh yeah, there's a vertical stream as well. Stay on this channel. I have 2 streams, one horizontal and one vertical. going on here? Okay. Yeah, we need to get some more stuff going on the body. Okay, very nice. Just gotta do little details here. It's very interesting going from programming to art, because programming is very deterministic, and it's very like things are very clear cut, kind of, I guess. Like there's places where there's more ambiguity, but a lot of times, most of the times, it's very deterministic and very clear cut. Whereas art is very deterministic. Like there's clearly good and bad, but the line is super blurry, and it's very it's very qualitative. Like, it's not like you have to get the piece in a specific way and then it will compile and be downloadable or something. It's done when you say it's done. So you have to introspect a bit. The cool thing, though, is that you can assess the art very clearly and easily just by looking at it. Code, you can kind of assess if it's right or wrong based on just pressing play or compiling and then running it, but to actually assess the state of the application or the code, it depends. If you have it already loaded in your memory, then it's actually as easy as art to assess and make changes, but oftentimes it's not like that. It requires a bit more investigation, pondering, and reading to fully understand state. Okay, so far so good. I think I found an article now. I hope I didn't. Just how to set it up and not how to actually integrate it into actual player movement in the code. Oh, you're just trying to set it up. That's okay. That's pretty straightforward. I mean, we can do. Here we go. Let's do this. I'll open. I feel like I have to have some like test Unity projects over here somewhere. There's one I used for students before. That should be good to go. Object not found, object not found. Fantastic. Oh, it's on the D drive, I guess. Stream world. Testing grounds. We'll open this one up. Okay. Wow. She's taking a while to load. All right, so here we go. So first, just make sure you have your new input package installed. Or in fact, I don't think you have to explicitly do it here. I think Unity allows you to go into edit. I believe it's player. How do we get there? I think I usually go through build settings. But there's a way to get to player directly. Build settings and then player settings. Cool. And then within player settings, let me see if I can just toggle it here. If not, you have to actually set the package. There's gonna be a configuration, Here we go. So you go to player configuration, and then you can set to either use the old input system or new input system. You can apply it. I believe it might detect if you need the package, and it'll do the package as well. If not, just go into package manager, find the new input system, and then it'll do the thing. Once you set that, it's going to reload. In my experience, I actually use both old and new input systems at the same time, because the old one is easy to just get something set up for testing purposes, but you can be fully committed to using the new input system. Cool. Now if we go to the player setting and we go down to configuration, you're going to see that it's using the new input system. Fantastic. So now you have your input system, or you elected to use a new input system. You can do create. Let's see if we can figure this out. It's something I do once per project and then like probably forget, but I'm pretty sure it's like there's a controller map thing here. Let's see. C# script, testing playables, assembly, text mesh pro, texting, render texture. You're on Unity 6 too, you mentioned that, so I'm not sure how this is going to apply to you, but let's hope it's the same. They haven't changed it drastically. Where is it? Physics, animated. Dude, I don't see it. Terrain, brush, search, UI toolkit. Nope. Custom font. Assemblies, text testing. Or is it in like the 1 second, guys. I'm actually remembering how to figure out how to do it again. Not playables, not text. Or you know what, is it a window? That might be actually it. Visual scripting, no. General, no. I'm pretty sure there's something you could just right click. Am I on fraud alert right now? Maybe I'll just go to the other project that actually has it right now and use that. No, not open C# project. Alright. Not visual scripting, shading, testing, playables, assembly, definitions, no. Scene, no. Prefab, audio, material, lens, render textures, light map, parameters, light map, custom render texture. Custom font, legacy. Nah, dog. They're gonna make me think I'm crazy now. So it's not that. UIs. Now sequencing, audio, animation. It's not in general. Package manager. Input. I just need to get to the thing. There's a UI for it, and then you can create a control scheme. And then from there you can generate the C# project, and then you're good to go. You have access to your stuff. Documentation. Are we gonna read that? I guess we have to. I guess I can't escape it. Also, let me actually move chat. Let me move this to the correct window real quick. Here we go, so I can actually see chat. Project, when you change it, it restarted already. So Unity automatically just did that. Where is the thing? I know it's a new input package. Yeah, I installed it already. Yep. Yep, I did that. There's samples. I'm not gonna use samples. There's a control scheme thing. I'm not crazy. What's workflows? Okay, this is not helping me. All right, back to the project. Let me actually, no, not this project. Where's the sample one? Where's the sample one? Here we go. I will not buckle. I know there's like a input menu somewhere here. View import properties. Dog, am I just crazy? One second. I mean, we can just try closing it and reopening it and hoping that was just the issue. But there's something here. There's a tab. Okay, we're just gonna close it. And then Unity Hub, don't lie to me. Now I'm determined. Because I faintly remember that being the thing that needed to be done, having to restart the project when changing the input system. It's supposed to be the creative menu. Yeah. The thing is, usually when you change that on the settings, it already automatically does that. And it did do it. But I also don't trust how Unity handles stuff on Linux, so... Because there's already been weird stuff that's happened before. So we'll just do this. Let's go back to create. Visual scripting, 2D shader, testing playables. TextMesh Pro, scene, prefab, audio mixer, material, lens flare, custom render animation, avatar timeline, signal, GUI skin, terrain layer. It's not gonna be in the sub menu. I've done this for like a bunch of projects. How have I... Is it always like this? Do I always... Oh, you know what we can do? We have a stream. I streamed doing this for this game. You want to like look at an old stream and see how I did it then? That's ridiculous. Okay, I'm guessing it's not here then. It's not in this menu. So it's not in this menu. Is there a tab here? There's assets. There's a create thing, but that's the same exact creation menu. Animation controller, animation override controller. I don't think I'm gonna find anything special here. That's for text, assembly definitions, playables, It's not playables. Not visual scripting. Not 2D. There's a thing. They want me to be crazy. Project settings, preferences, shortcuts. It's not that. What about import package? Wait, is it not imported? Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? So we switched to use a new input system, but do we still have to import the package? Is that what happened? Oh, that's probably what happened. I just assumed Unity did it. Let's check. Because I looked at the Unity registry and we saw the new input system. But it wasn't in our... Yeah, we didn't install it. I'm dumb. Okay, there we go. Mind test. Oh, which had external device info. I mean, here's the other chat if you want to check it out. Here you go. Copy. Okay, I guarantee you it's gonna pop up now. Okay, it's completing domain. I'm not crazy. I just didn't realize that just changing that setting in Unity was not gonna do everything for me. Okay, the package should be installed. Let's go to create. It's gonna be the bottom somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Input actions, there you go. There, that was the issue. Okay, so you have your input actions, you name it whatever, game inputs. Cool. You're gonna see this dialogue here. So, first just double click on it, and you're gonna be presented with this whole screen. This is more straight, like, forward, I think, that UI will guide you. You're gonna have your general action maps for, you can have it for different contexts. I just use often just one for the game. And then it could be whatever you want. It could be a button, it could be a value in case of like an analog stick or something. But, yeah. Do something. Okay, let's make it more contextual. You're gonna be jump. And then here you're gonna actually add the physical binding for it. So if it's a gamepad or a joystick or keyboard or whatever, you can just put that in there. You can also just do listen, and it'll find the key you just pressed. And then once you do that, you save asset. Once you have your stuff set up, you're gonna toggle generate C# clash, and it's gonna generate the actual, because what this all does is basically like a whole fancy nice UI that generates a C# class that you can then like access. You can instantiate this on a model behavior, and then you'll have access to all the different things you want from it. And there you go. If it's installed or not when changing it to the new input. That's exactly my thoughts. It is a different build you need to build in mind. It is different, but this should be the same, the way you go about it. I don't think they will change that drastically. Like this part, I understand clearly. It's implementing it in the code that I have a problem with. Oh, implementing it in the code? Yeah. Okay, so you have this input action, right? Let's make a game object together. I'll make a cube. This can be player. Whatever. You can go to player. We're gonna make a new mono behavior. You should be familiar with this idea. We're gonna make a new script called player. Cool. So we made a new script, just a standard mono behavior script component that's going to be on this. Yeah, trust and open. We'll make a new window. I'm sorry, is this within? Okay, it's not. So this is our new model behavior, right? So if you notice in the project that we just made, if I can find it here, at the root we have this game inputs. When we toggle this generate C# class, it generates this new class called game inputs. It's the same exact name of what you typed in here. And now what you can do is you can instantiate it. So you can say, hey, I want a variable called game inputs. And that's the one that was generated. You can call it inputs. And then on start, you can do inputs equals new game inputs. And then from here, there's different ways you can handle that, right? As you saw earlier, we added that jump thing, right? So you have to type in game, because that's what we named the outer action. And then we have this function called jump. So here in game programming, you have two options. You can either do like an event-based implementation, or you can do like an immediate mode / polling approach. So retentive or event-based is like, hey, I have a function, I'm going to subscribe it to this action, and whenever this gets fired, that function's going to run. Polling is, hey, I'm going to check every single frame the status of this action in the game. And if it's performed, then we're going to do it. We're going to just do the code. But we're checking every single frame directly. So the new input system allows you to do both however you want to. There's different mechanisms for it. So we're going to have our function like, I don't know, jump, and it's going to do whatever we want it to do. We're actually going to do something. That's fine for me. So now we have this function, right? Our jump function. So if we're going to do that retentive version of it, or the event-based thing, you can do jump, let's see, there's an event, performed, and you're going to do plus equal, and then your function, jump. Now you can't just do that though. This requires a lambda expression for reasons. The syntax for a lambda expression is just, in this case it requires only one input, so this. So you're going to do one underscore, then you're going to do an arrow, equal, and then greater than, and then your function that you want to perform. And then whenever this is done, this function is going to get called. So if we go into the game, let it recompile. Press play. And now I press jump. Okay, I'm pressing space and nothing's happening. This is tragic. I've been exposed. Fraud. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, I didn't do plus equals. Okay, try it again. I have to trigger a re-import. Okay, here we go. More time. Because I did a weird operation. Alright, let's see if this actually does the thing. Oh, did I assign the thing too? I'm pretty sure I set the space, and this is a button. Yeah, that should be correct. Space. Keyboard space. Huh. Don't do this to me. I'm not crazy. All right, let me just test something real quick. Oh, what? One second. I had it right the first time. This would be good enough. Why is this? Okay, it just wants me to do the plus equal operator. That's the same thing. Okay. 1 second. I'm debugging this. Jumped. Instantiate it. Did we make it static? We didn't make it a project-wide one. Let's see. Brother, what? Dang, man. Actually fraudulent. Why is this not happening? It's not reading any input whatsoever. So either I cannot just do that. I can't just instantiate it, which would do elsewhere. Or we set this as a global thing. I'm not seeing. Oh, 1 second. I've done something odd. No, I haven't. This should be fine. Okay, what if I make this none instead, and we actually have to. Oh yeah, right. Still in this mode. Cool, let's try this again. That's weird. Okay. Why are you being weird? Space button, yes. It's a button though, it's be fine. Game, jump, space. This seems all good to me. And my perform should be fine. What other events do we have here? Cancelled. Performed. Started. We could try that. Performed should be it though. Let me catch it real quick. Could it be because you put it in start and not awake? Like, could it just not be initialized because it's not being awakened? It should be awakened though. Like, both awake and start would be called anyways. The game object is active by default, so it would still go through this whole process. But you know, actually, let's just try what you said. Let's do awake. Let's be 100% sure that we're not crazy. Maybe it might be just that. Some weird lifetime thing for Unity. Okay. Let's see. For real this time. Wow. Unity wants me to believe I'm crazy. Isn't that something? Do I need to actually look at my other project, the main project, and see where exactly I've gone so awry? Let's just do that. Just to at least check to see if I'm not crazy. FNF application. Also, why is this up and running? That's not right. Okay. Where's game input? There we go. Game input. When are you assigned? Yeah, we just do input new and it's game input. Okay. Oh, enable. That's okay. That's what's getting us. It's not enough to create a new input. You have to actually enable them. Oh my goodness, that's gonna fix everything now. 100%. See, this is how you learn. Mind test. This is how you learn. Let me actually recompile it first to be 100% sure. That's dumb. But yeah, fine. There you go. There you go. Okay. So you can see it working now. So just to recap, you have your game inputs that generated the C# file. You instantiate it, you enable it, and then option 1 is retentive mode, where you can subscribe to the action using a lambda expression. Option 2 is immediate or is polling, or immediate mode, where you can instead choose to check every single frame the state of it. So inputs, game, jump, and is pressed, is in progress. It's very, immediate mode is very weird. I've done it, but there's kind of some layers to it. But basically you can do something like this and then press jump. This is going to check to see if it's like held down, I believe. We'll see though. Once this compiles. Yeah, there's a bit more nuances. All right, here we go. There you go. So you see how it just zips off to infinity really quickly? That's because unlike retentive mode, which is just listening for the press performed, press is just checking to see if is the key down this frame. So if you're holding it down, it's going to continuously be firing this jump instruction. So there's a bit more you have to kind of do. I feel like there's got to be a basic way to just check this first one, but in my other application, you usually just check to see if it's down and then release within the same frame. Not same frame, but something similar within a certain window, and you know if it's been released. Or you check the phase directly, and you can check to see performed. Something like that. It's a lot more to manage. So that is useful for something like horizontal movement, right? So like WASDA movement. No mind test. So for WASDA, you're not going to be doing that. Instead, you're going to use vectors. So if you look at the game inputs, you can provide something, like we're going to create another one called movement, right? And here the button type is going to be a value type instead. and the control type is going to be a vector2. So it's going to be a control, it's going to be an input that's going to have two float values, one for x and one for y, assumedly, right? And then you can provide, for example, in this case, we're going to be using inputs. Where is the bottom part? Yeah, here we go. You're going to add a binding, or you can actually add an up, down, left, right composite. And then here you're going to provide the buttons that are going to trigger the up value. So 0, 1, down, 0, -1, left, 1, 0, and then right, 0, 1, or 0. Left is -1, and then right's left is -1, 0, and then right is 1, 0. So here you can do listen, we're going to do up. Here we're going to do, come on, down, listen, left, listen, right, listen. Now you have your WASD movement. The cool thing about this whole thing though is that you can just use other types of bindings, right? So for different platforms, you might be using a joystick, for example. So you can just choose gamepad and then the type of joystick. You can use the D-pad or you can use left or right joystick. It doesn't, you get the idea, right? And it's gonna evoke the same values. Anyways, so you create this, save it. It should generate a new C# file. Make sure it generates a new C# file because you're not gonna be able to access that event until it does. So sometimes it does it automatically. Sometimes you kind of have to force it. I'm gonna assume it did generate it though. So in here, again, you can do the immediate mode approach. That would be inputs.game.movement, and then you can get read value. In this case, we know it's a vector2. Oh, actually, this is not going to be that's the immediate mode version of it. So you get a vector2 called input, and then you can do your response from there. For example, you might have a void, I don't know, move. It takes in a vector2, and then you can do something simple like transform dot position plus equals input, right? Don't you dare do that to me. Fine, I'll cast it to a vector3 to make you happy. So you can do this, and that's like, and then you can just call move. So you get the value immediately this frame, put it into input, and then chuck it into this function. The alternate is going to be doing input game movement, and then let's see, performed. I don't think that's going to be what we want to use. There's a callback that actually provides this value. I'm not sure if I've actually ever done this in a retentive mode. This one usually makes sense to just get it each frame because you're usually going to be responding to it, but started. I guess you just have to do performed. We're going to make a new version of this function. This takes in action callback. We're going to do an overload of this one. Action callback context. Okay, cool. So it's just an action. context. This is the thing that these functions always emit. Does this actually have the information I'm looking for though? I don't know, I've never actually done it this way. I guess no matter what, you might have to actually just do it the way we described it. Because it's gonna fire whenever they're pressing that move, but you're still gonna have to read this input, I guess, no matter what. So I guess it's not quite the same equivalent for this. I think you're just kind of stuck reading it like here. Huh. Interesting. Maybe there's some function I'm missing, but I don't really see it. So if I can't see it, I'm just going to assume it doesn't exist. Yeah, because I'm not seeing any other functions here. Or events. All the events are just returning that. And the callback context is not really providing information that's useful. So I guess this is in case if you want to react to it only when they're actually doing inputs instead of like checking every single frame. You can do .on performed and then do whatever you want to do from there. You get the idea. But yeah, that's like the two ways of doing it. Hopefully that was helpful. I can recap. Immediate is an update, and retentive is an awake, start, movement. Movement and camera is vector 2, and I need to make sure it's converted into vector 3 with a movement. I mean, for this case, because I'm just taking the input and directly, like, I just want to make it move relative to this. You can just convert it to vector 3 and do that. That's going to make it move on the X and Y axes. You might have to do something different if you want to make it move on the X and Z axis or whatever. You'll see possibilities. And retentive mode and immediate mode doesn't have to be specifically an awake or an update. It's just two different philosophies, right? One is, hey, I want to subscribe, and you just notify me when something happens. Immediate mode is, hey, I want to check every single frame, right? I just want to check every single frame and see the status of this thing. So you can do immediate mode and update and late update. You can do it in like a coroutine if you want to. There's a bunch of ways of doing it, but it's just that general idea of, hey, I'm going to be checking every single time, right? Immediate mode is like someone going to the post office every single day to see if a letter came for them. Whereas retentive mode is, hey, I'm just going to wait at home and then like wait for the mailman to ring my doorbell and notify me that there's mail, and then I'm going to do something. They both have their applications in different places. As you mess around with it, you'll get the idea. And then, of course, if we test this out, I'm assuming this is going to work, but knowing this, my luck with this right now. Let's see. All right, it should compiled. I'm going to re-import to be 100% sure. And then press play. And then, yeah, it's going lightning fast, but you get the idea. In fact, can we put it to the side? Where is the player at? Cool. We're going to zoom out. Yeah, you can see it. Yeah, control is happening. And then this is more of a general thing, but if you're doing this in update, what we're doing here is not adequate. You're gonna have to actually multiply by time.delta time so that movement is actually consistent across different FPSs or changes in FPS. But all right, hopefully this was helpful to you, man. This is kind of my bad for like going on a little quest there because I kind of forgot how I did this. That's why having past projects are super helpful, but yeah. Is it going lightning fast because you didn't multiply it by... No, it's not. I mean, it's probably not. We're going 1 meter per second. This object's 1 meter. So, or actually, no, we're not. We're doing 1 meter per frame. So this object's 1 meter. If we're doing 60 frames per second, that's 60 meters per second, right? This is gonna slow it down to be like the speed per second. Delta time is the amount of time in seconds that elapsed last frame. So it's gonna convert this from a meter per frame to instead be a meter per second. But then if you want to control speed additionally, you can always add like another attribute to it. So you can do, like, for example, public float speed. And I'm going to set it to 1. And then you can multiply by speed. And to make things a bit easier for me in the editor, I can add like a range. And you can go from a range of like 0.1 F to like, I don't know. We can do 20 or 50. That little header thing just adds a slider bar. If we were to recompile, we would get this new attribute on the player, and as you can see, there's a slider bar there. If I press play, I'm gonna zoom out the camera a little bit too, so we can see things a bit better. So I press play, and if I move around now, the player is pretty slow. If I up the speed here, you're gonna see the player is much faster, and so on and so forth. And you can make it more unwieldy. Yeah, it's a basic gist. Super simple movement, but you can do a lot with just this too. I've implemented this kind of thing hundreds of times at this point, but like it's very effective. The new Unity, like, not, I'm talking about the logic for this. I've only started using the new Unity input system in like the past 5 years. But a lot of these same ideas exist, like even in GameMaker. I've done stuff with that. Had to cancel a project, but don't worry, a better opportunity opened up. Let's go, man. I mean, that's not let's go that your project got canceled, but that let's go. New opportunities open up, man. I like the I'm glad for the enthusiasm and optimism. And hey, watching you fail was giving insight as to how to problem solve. Yeah, that's how you figure out. I mean, part of it was just having a backup project. Well, everything we've gone through today, I've gone through like at least 2 or 3 times. The problem is that, like, a project, you're spending so much time coding on it, right? But setting up the new input system for Unity, you do it only once at the very beginning of the project, and then you never do it again. So, like, it's something that you troubleshoot for a while, figure it out, and then you promptly forget afterwards. So if you struggle with it, don't feel bad. It's a thing that just happens. It's just kind of the part of it. And it's not the only thing. There's plenty of other things that in projects that are like that. A lot of weird one-time only things you have to configure for a project that you then immediately drop or forget because it's not always relevant. Because honestly, coding that in that one sounds much better. What engine are you using, out of curiosity, Ashton? And I'm so confused as to what's happening. Apparently, no matter how many times I install .NET Core SDK, Unity's complaining I don't have it. .NET Core SDK. Oh, are you in, yeah, because you're on Linux too, right? Yeah, there's some stuff you have to install. Again, one-time configuration stuff that I keep forgetting about. You're going to have to open up a terminal, I'm guessing. Because you need a .NET runtime. Unity on Linux, install .NET. Installing .NET on Linux distributions. Yep, so you have your different distributions there. You can see I clicked on the Ubuntu one, that's the one I went through. And then they give you like some scripts and stuff that you should run on your... You use .NET List SDKs, .NET List runtimes, you need both. And then, yeah, you have commands you have to copy and paste into your terminal, and then once you do that, you'll have the runtime for .NET on your machine, and then Unity will be good to go. I can't demo that because I already have it installed, and frankly, I don't want to uninstall it. This wasn't as this was not nearly as troublesome as this input system stuff, but I just remember being a thing that took a couple minutes just to get going and running. Yeah, we can close this project down too. We're done. We're not using it. Code in Lua on Roblox, and to be fair, I was more confident than most creators on that platform because genuinely I had better ideas and ambitions than 90% of the platform. Okay, that's a very bold claim, but it's also a big platform, and I imagine a lot of people just go on there to mess around. Then yeah, it seems that it's time. It seems like you feel like it's time to graduate to an engine, and Unity's not bad. I mean, the company and what they do is terrible, but the actual tool is not bad, and you'll learn a lot of things that transfer to other game engines. There's also Godot. There's Unreal as well. Unreal's beefy though. I don't like working with it, but that is an option, and it has a lot of. There's a reason a lot of people like it. I mean, those are the major ones. There's a bunch of other but like lesser known engines like Bevy and Strive, I think, or Stride. There's like a C# one that's very much like Unity except just open source. That seems pretty cool. I haven't given it a try, but someone at work recommended it to me, and it seems pretty cool. If I have to do something and I want it to be open source, if I can start over and I still want to stick with like a C# type thing, I might just do that. The big thing for me is shaders. I like using HLSL, and I don't want to use Godot script stuff. I want something that's kind of close to like the API level. Let's just do fun, cool things. Okay, we're gonna make another decision here. This is gonna be a realm of darkness. I'm saying it's gonna happen here, the realm of darkness. So this side of the mountain is going to start fading into that. It sounds narcissistic, but if you see the average game on there, none of them have a story. Most of them are just clickbait, brain rotting. Yeah, I mean, this seems like it's like the. I mean, I don't go on Roblox in general, but when I see my news user, it's very much like. I mean, it's less so. It is game deving, right? But it's like a YouTube Shorts feed almost of it. It's kind of odd, honestly. Isn't C# better at managing memory than C++? I've heard that somewhere, but I don't know. Well, it's automatically, so it's not better, right? It's a trade-off. It's on the one hand, So C# is something called a garbage collected language. And garbage collection means that they are managing the memory for you. So you can create objects willy-nilly and you don't have to worry about destroying them. The garbage collector is always running in the background, and as soon as an object is not being used by anything, it's going to free it from memory and then reorganize stuff. Managed language like C#, or managed language like C++ and C, and other ones, they require you to manually free memory. So when you allocate something, you are responsible for freeing it. Now there's pros and cons to this. The big con for C# is that it is managing the memory for you. You have a garbage collector process running. That takes up processing power. So applications can be slower, and not only that, but your performance is not consistent, because one frame you might be running perfectly fine at 60 frames per second, and the next frame the garbage collector decides to run and clean up stuff, and your frame lag spikes. If you use a profiler in Unity has a built-in profiler, by the way, you should use it. You'll see periodically moments where your performance dips like crazy, or a frame takes a long time to process. That's the garbage collector running. That's a garbage collector doing stuff. With manually managed languages like C++ and C, you don't have that. There's no garbage collector. So performance can be very consistent. The trade-off, though, is that you have to free it. And people can make mistakes with that. Forgetting to free it, leading to memory leaks. You can also incorrectly access parts of memory and all that kind of stuff. Whereas C# kind of prevents a lot of that stuff from happening. Now, that being said, there's times where you need to do unmanaged stuff for a bunch of different reasons. Languages like C and C++ give you a lot more expression to do that. You can still do it in C#. C# has a thing called unsafe, where you say, hey, I'm a big boy doing big things, I know what I'm about. But it's not quite the same. It's kind of the same, but there's things you have to consider. You still have to worry about the garbage collector. You have to pin memory so that it doesn't get moved by the GC. It's a whole bunch of things, man. But that's the main gist of it. It's a trade-off. If you want to write super high performance and efficient programs, you can write it in C++. Write it in unmanaged language, right? You can do it in C#, but you're going to be fighting against it. You're fighting against the fundamental principles of the language. It's kind of like Rust as well, where you can ignore it or try to avoid using the borrow checker, but then most of your code is going to be considered unsafe, and you're not using any of the benefits and tools of the language. But that's a trade-off. So not inherently better or worse, just different. I like writing my engine projects because I get to do it in unmanaged languages, and then it gives me a lot more freedom to architect and design things in a very specific way that normally I wouldn't be allowed to in the world of C#. So yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles. Yeah, C# is better for beginners, and I think I like that it actually has it's a statically typed language, so you still get to learn about it. You still learn important typing stuff, and a lot of that information or ideas is still transferable to a language like C++. But modern C++ doesn't stop you from writing old, awful C++. Well, yeah, C++ allows you, modern C++ lets you do a bunch of different paradigms. So you can do a bunch of things in a bunch of different ways. So the language doesn't enforce any decision. It's agnostic. Which means that the landscape for C++ can range so many different types of paradigms and ideas, and you can go to C++ project and you can look at two C++ projects and they look so vastly different. It's kind of why I like using C, man. Or programming like C mostly when I do use C++. Less possibilities, but that means there's less variability as well. Quite fast anyways. Yeah, it's pretty fast in a lot of cases. But still plenty fast. Yeah, and they have options too. And you can always try to do the best of both worlds and using like DLLs, native DLLs and libraries, and then form function it in C#. Unity supports that. C# supports it. It's not that bad of a thing to do. C# is really good at handling foreign language. Foreign function interfaces, I think that's what it is, FFI, that are optimized so everyone can play it. I'm glad to hear that, man. Not enough people want the game to be optimized so a majority can play it. But yeah, as far as that, you can't go wrong. Like I work doing high performance applications in Unity, in C#. And Unity's interesting. It's a little bit different too. They have a thing called burst and burst jobs. Basically, it kind of gives you access to that same speed and performance of like a native language like C or C++. You have to, as a programmer, you accept like this kind of like, it's like a package, right? And to be able to utilize it, you have to utilize the burst compiler and job system. You have to format your code in a very specific way, or structure your code in a very specific way. But once you do that, the code you write there will be compiled to native code and can run very fast depending on what kind of tasks you're doing. It was part of Unity's big dots push, so it's more focused on data-oriented code. So, whenever I have things that need to be very performant and very quick, and I don't want to deal with either doing DLLs and all that, then like the burst jobs work very comparably well. Like I think I did right was I had to write like a custom OBJ importer, and with C#, it would take like 2 or 3 minutes to import a specific file. And if you import that same file in Blender, which is like I think written in C++, it takes 3 seconds. And utilizing burst jobs, I was able to get my importer to about 3.5 seconds. So that just gives you like some perspective. You can get to the same order of magnitude and the same ballpark as native applications. Of course, you have to have like knowledge, like low-level knowledge, and understand what works better. And there's a bunch of stuff to take into consideration, but you can do it. You can coerce C# and Unity to be fast if you need it to be fast. The thing I like though about C is that like you can be fast, but you can also be kind of expressive. You're free to architect it in a very different way. Like I architect things in C in a way that's just literally impossible to do, and maybe not literally, but it's just so unintuitively more difficult to do in C# natively. Isn't finished. Yeah, dots, they just gave up on dots. Look great. Thank you, Mint. I appreciate it. Thank you. So many APIs just aren't available in the ECS APIs. Yeah, they're not. I like eating cornbread, Ashton. Cornbread's pretty good, man. Cornbread's pretty good. C chose to solve no problem. In turn, it means you have to solve all the problems yourself. But in turn, it means you can solve all problems however you want to. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, C solves problems for assembly people, right? Like if your only option was assembly back in the day, then C was the greatest thing ever. Just saying. Yeah. Okay, we're going to make this side be the dark side as well. But yeah, I enjoy it, like working in C so much more. And then there's the thing that where problems feel more real. Like it's like it's less. It's weird, but it's like the things you encounter are eccentricities about like systems and like your hardware and how things are managed, and it's like lower level stuff, right? That you're dealing with. I mean, some people might hate that actually, but for me, I'm like that's actually a plus. It's like it's cool. That it means like that everything I'm doing feels way more real. Also, C# anything like Lua? No, it's not. It is very different. I mean, it's similar in the same sense of like Lua has objects and you can have functions and stuff in it and variables in there, but Lua's significantly more loosey-goosey. C# has a rigid kind of structure to it. It's not complex at all. It's pretty easy to understand it, but like you're gonna have to do things their way, which is a very widely adopted thing anyway, so you have to learn it, and it's good. It's like it's gonna help you prevent a bunch of problems for you. Are 0 indexed and not 1? Yeah, that's like yeah, that's the whole thing with Lua, right? It's crazy. Ashton, you're just gonna have to do it. Just jump in, do it. If you're disoriented, that's fine. Just learn your stuff. Just learn bit by bit. Learn how to move an object. And do it in an engine. Don't just do pure C#. Use a game engine. I think you'd have a better time, especially if your goal is just to make games. Then like you can not fully understand a bunch of C# stuff, but you can still like follow a tutorial and get an object moving, and that should give you some tools for you to begin crafting something and seeing what you can do with what you already know. I mean, that's pretty much all of like learning any language or tool or whatever. Like you're gonna learn how to do one simple thing, and then you're gonna try to figure out how you can juice that little bit of knowledge to make the most out of it. If I can make a player move, maybe I can figure out how to make an enemy move. Maybe if I know how to make enemy moves, I can make a projectile and have that move. Oh, that's cool. How do you make a projectile interact and hit something? How do I make the texture or animation change? Ooh, and if I could do that, how do I have different animations play when the player is moving in different ways? You see what I'm kind of getting at? Everything's kind of a chain. You learn how to do one thing and you can start seeing how you can use that same knowledge to achieve things adjacent to it, and little by little you start becoming a well-rounded developer. Just kind of how it works, you know. Gosh, I really made this detailed, didn't I? I really did not have to make it this detailed. But it's alright. It's for the game. We don't make half-assed things here. Let's go into the game, reload, press play, and see how it looks. So I should go to bed. Yeah, you go to bed, man. You have a go, man. Thanks for hanging out. Nice. Oh, brother, that mountain looks so freaking good. That mountain looks so good. I might have to have multiple layers of this. I sleep well. Yep. That looks so freaking good, dude. Oh my goodness, man. That's actually so good looking. Oh, brother. Now we have to get like these big pillars. We're gonna have to do layers of this. You know, I almost feel tempted to just recycle this and just have a bunch of instances of it, but like at different intervals. Like have this be a duplicate. So I can attach this onto there. No. Here we go. And then I can change the offset to be on the X, like there, for example. Or maybe even like further away potentially. I might have to make it a little bit bigger as well. And we press play, it's gonna be like layered. Am I seeing the layers? I think I am. Or is it the same one? I can't tell. If I'm gonna be real with you. Let me change the size a little bit. Or I can make it 4,000 or 5,000. Like maybe you can put it there. Let's see. Oh, dude, the assets, man. The assets go so hard. I think I want to change the offset a little bit more too. Oh, the layers though, they really they do so much for the game. Yeah, we're gonna change this to be there more. Super in the background. Oh, whoops. Y'all talk about languages and I just started learning about it in college. I'm struggling a bit and we're just on loops applied to C. That's all good though, man. Like, programming has this upfront cost. You gotta just struggle through. But once it clicks, then like picking up languages and things like that becomes a bit more easier than you may realize. I think for me it was easier just because I've been exposed to a lot of those ideas on my personal time when I was a kid, before I ever even entered a university setting. So like, but it took like a while to understand it. I just had a lot more time to be able to process it. So don't be difficult with yourself or anything. Oh, you look at the parallax. You can see the parallax now. It's way more obvious. Yes. This is looking good. This game has so much potential. It could have a great story. I haven't really thought about the story, honestly. But you know what? Maybe it might be worth something considering. There's a game called Tyrion, where you can pick up email, like while playing the game. Even like little messages or cyber messages left throughout the levels, and they have like a little narrative on them that either builds up lore about the world you're in or whatever you're doing, right? Or about you, the character, or people you may know. It's really cool. That'd be an easy way of approaching a narrative, or adding a narrative to this game. Because then everything would be text. But I don't know, there's other mechanisms of doing that. Let's go, right now we're using a slow vehicle, but let's get a fast one. Let's go get a fast one. I want this one. Let's see how this looks. Yeah. Now that parallax is way more pronounced. Oh my goodness, I don't know how I'm reacting to that. I'm honestly just lucky at this point. Maybe I should use coins as like a nice guide for people, where like the coins cannot be right next to like it has to be in the center. It cannot be touching any of the obstacles. Yeah, we have to have the hazard indicator as well, so you can brake, or you know to brake before you get there. Oh, yeah, like that stuff sucks. I want to give a fair shot at people to be able to go fast without getting hit. Like if you can react, if you're able to react to things in a reasonable time frame, I think you should be able to just go fast in this game uninterrupted. And that stuff that we have there is kind of cheap. This is looking good so far. I'm liking this a lot. I'm gonna start thinking about the elevators here, and then I'm gonna think about what we're gonna do for the other side going down, like the opposite side, the sky that's like a shell. There's a lot that can be done though. I need to figure out what we're gonna do, how we're gonna stylize things. I'm very happy with this though. Yeah, now I understand how true it is that you gotta have a lot of dedication, especially when the math that they want us to make algorithms of have equations I've never seen in my life. That's wild. It's like Jetpack Joyride. Yeah, it seems like you're getting closer to that kind of vibe. Maybe I should play that game honestly and get some inspiration. But yeah, there's like there's a lot to take into account, man. Alright, 1 second. Let me go use the bathroom real quick, guys. 1 second, alright? Be right back. 1 sec. Alright, we're back. You ever think about how Neanderthals would destroy us at wrestling in the Olympics? I just did. I guess I wasn't the originator of that, but it's still interesting to think about. Alright, so these layers, we got layers to do. We have these crazy... I want to have another one, I think. A further back one that's just like more abstract shapes. And then clouds as well. I want to have clouds. That's a big idea I want to do. Yeah, we need to do that actually. Yeah, we need to do this. So what are we going to use for this colors? Oh, we need to start thinking about like adding variability here. We used white a lot for these snows, so it's going to be very difficult to kind of communicate clouds with white. We're going to choose like a grayish color to like kind of distinguish it. It's not going to stick out from the whites of the mountains though, which sucks. We can at least cover up some of this stuff over here though. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll replace it. We use a different kind of color. I mean, we can. Could we have another way of expressing this? I wish we had a color wheel. I guess they do have a RGB color wheel. Yeah. So we're in this territory as far as color is concerned. So we have a couple different options. We can go very simple and just use like a complementary color for maximum contrast. I prefer that for interactable objects. So the other idea is we can go like a triadic kind of colors. So we can have this color and then these tones to work with our blue. So reds and greens would be other options we have to work with if you want to add some spice. There's other like coloring schemes you can use as well. I'm thinking something here. Maybe we'll do something desaturated. Desaturated green I don't think is going to work quite well. Red might be an interesting color tone to use, but might be a little too heavy and won't provide the lift we're looking for. We have to go so desaturated where we lose the character of the color. That's actually not too bad. Keep in mind we're layering this. This is going to be a separate layer, so I'm debating if we want to go very rounded or if we're going to go something more horizontal or horizontal. The super bubbly almost looks like it's like some kind of gum or something. It's very strange. What's another idea? I mean, we can always just use a pre-existing color, but then it blends in too much. I'm liking this contrast. So if we're going this route, let's also go back to our reference image. You know what? A lot of this stuff is actually happening at the base, though. Now that I see it. Not necessarily behind it. We have clouds, which I'm looking for. But they're above. The clouds are actually using the shadow colors. Maybe we can still use this. Or perchance a brighter version of this, more desaturated. Yeah, this is backgrounds. I also don't want to have too much contrast going on, because then it can be distracting from the foreground, which the foreground is really fast, so that can be an issue for people. Okay, I think we're gonna do this. We're gonna do our clouds this way. I might do multiple passes. And then we're gonna have the cloud scroll, so you can, it's not gonna fully be blocking the same portion of the canyon. It's gonna change periodically. And then you need to also do layers as well. I'm gonna be slowly working towards producing a Uber shader for this project. You inevitably end up doing that. I'm gonna put the base with this same size, and then we're gonna change the size at some point, so we can have more variability. Maybe have some bigger ones here and there. I also want to add some, I'm not sure if we're going to use white or something with less saturation, lower relief type color. Yep. The only way to go is more saturation, or less saturation. I might add some dithering too, to really sell the idea really we're going for. Our light source is always top down from this angle, then I'm gonna have most of the brights happen here. Yeah, we're trying to emulate the clouds in the bottom. The mist, really. Honestly, I almost feel like we gotta use this. It's very hard to see the difference, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I'm gonna make this a little bit more desaturated, or make these colors in general more desaturated. I think that's kind of just the option we have to go with here. Saturation lower, and brightness lower, value lower. Yep, that feels correct to me. Okay, cool. I'm good with that, I believe. Again, we're gonna make saturation a little bit lower, so it can feel more like clouds. Okay, that looks good to me. Pretty sure that seems right to me. This white now feels kind of like bloom, because they're still pretty close, these two color groups, but maybe we'll do the dither pattern. Create the pattern, create the brush. Yeah, I kind of like that. I can't scale it up though. That's the issue we have here. So I'm kind of placing it where I think we're going to have transitions between a high color value and a low color value. Okay. So far, so good. Get rid of this. I'm gonna start filling in some of these blanks for myself. Okay, that looks good to me. Continue going through this. I think I need to be a little bit more. I need to use this a little bit more so we can have some more space to use the white. I think the cloth should have a lot more body to them. So far, so good, though, man. Cool pixel art. Thank you, Kaito. I'm glad you dig it. It's all coming together bit by bit. So eventually, the master plan of getting this game done can come to fruition. I always forget how much time it takes to produce this stuff, though. In my mind, I have like the idea, like mostly there, and I'm like, it's just gonna take a little bit of time, and then ends up taking much more than I really realize. I think it takes less time because it's easy. It feels easy. It's just something that takes time to do. It doesn't matter how easy it is. It's a fixed function. But you know. Oh. I need to produce. This needs to be a separate layer, doesn't it? So I don't mess up the order for everything else. Because it's fun to Sleepy Past. I like using it. It's fun. If everything was rigidly practical, we would lose some fun in our lives. Bro, how Shetty was getting up early today. Oh, for work? It wasn't that no, today wasn't that bad. I didn't have to get up early for work. The day before was a big thing for work, and that was rough. But I think it was a big day, and I was kind of like had this low level of stress. So like I was hopped up. So it was pretty fine. It was a very exhausting day, though. Had it off. Yeah. I didn't stream the yesterday for that very reason. It was rough. I figured out why my Unity was acting so funky with .NET. Oh, do tell. Nosman, at least now we can see half your face. Yeah, I know. It's a little. I'm here. I'm not hiding. I'm kind of. I don't know. It's not really that I'm hiding, it's just that I don't think my face is the most interesting thing that goes on here. I think the setup and the work we do is what people kind of just want to see. And maybe on my voice a bit as well, but I think the face is significantly secondary. I was using the Flatpak version, which has a notorious issue with just wanting the obsolete version of 6 of .NET. Oh, that's odd. Yeah, I didn't use any Flatpak for that. I just did what Mr. Microsoft told me to do. I think at some point I had to go like search something on Reddit or something, and the Reddit people told me what to do. As they always do. I love that Reddit is like this trustworthy source of information as far as programming is concerned, or tech stuff is concerned. Like I can just go to a coworker and be like, hey, there's this Reddit thread, and they're like, oh yeah, that's right then. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Let me save this. Let's see. Hopefully it didn't mess up anything in Unity. Well, now the mountains are gone. So that's something. That's not great. Let's fix that. This has to do with ordering. The order was messed up where? Oh, because I hid the mountains on everything, including this layer, the original source layer. There we go. So if we go back to Unity, the mountains are back. Fantastic. We're gonna create a new thing. You're gonna be called cloud. You're gonna be up more, and I'm gonna apply this cloud texture to you. Apply. Cool. And then where's cloud? Yeah. We're gonna apply this to you now. I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye. Come on. Why is it empty? Or is it 6? Oh, it's 6. Gotcha. Whoopsie. No, I didn't mean to click that. Go, leave me alone. Seven? No, you're gonna be 6. Cool. So we have this now. And you are gonna be emissive on, you're gonna be like 4,000 in size. And you're gonna be low. You're gonna be offset of around here, I think. Maybe even a little bit on the X. It's cloud 1. We're gonna duplicate you and put you over here as well. Maybe make an instance of you. Honestly, I wish every... I wish we can have... Like, I prefer having every single material just be its own instance. Like, you have templates, but every material applied to an object is a new instance of that said material. Maybe I should just set it up that way in my engine. Oh, let's see. Always mess with... Yeah, it messes with everyone, Dex. Yeah, you go to bed. You have a good one, man. Night, GM friends. You have a good one, dude. Thanks. Thanks for popping in, dude. It's always good to see you. Okay, we have the clouds. Gosh, man. It really adds something. It's really adding something to it, dude. Seriously, man. I'm loving the way this is looking. The clouds, I'm not so sold on, if I'm gonna be honest with you, though. The color there bothers me a bit. I think my brightness is a little too dark. I think I have it darker so it can appear correct on stream, but for me it's actually a little too dark compared to what I see on the side monitor. So I have to do some more color adjustments. But it's coming together. It is coming together super well. Also, I need to fix the coin because I think I know what's going on. It's like an off by half thing. Yeah, let me change the color though. In the mount, because the way I'm seeing the mounds on screen on my CRT actually looks different than what you guys are seeing, and I'm just realizing that now. So I have to actually adjust for that because this is not correct. So I have to adjust for it based off of the screen, like the side monitor and not the CRT. Yeah, what you see now is closer to what I saw before. Yeah, that's more in line of what I'm thinking color-wise. And this is meant to be more saturated. Or actually, so that's supposed to be a bit more saturated. And a little bit brighter, I think. Yeah, that's closer to what I see on the CRT. So now your screen should be accurate. Sprite, just by practicing. I mean, I practice art in general, so sketching and drawing, and then a lot of that stuff translates to Sprite. I actually started the stream with the drawing tablet pen first and sketch the general shapes, and then I go in manually and do the pixels. A lot of this is though just art fundamentals. So if you have a good understanding of values, lighting, shapes and form, then this stuff is going to come to you. Yeah, this does not. I am perturbed. I am perturbed by this clouds. These clouds do not please me. They bother me, frankly speaking. And I feel inclined to use these colors we have here for said clouds. Instantly, already looks better and more in like the color palette. Okay, I'm good with that, I think. So we go back to Unity. That feels better. on. Better, yes. The colors though are different on the screen versus CRT, so I'm gonna have to adjust for that. And I think I want less details in the clouds. I want them to be more general. Less complex shapes, more just broad, general things. I don't want to code right now. I mean, I actually really do, but I know if I start coding, I'm not going to stop. So I'm going to try to hold myself back a little bit. I'm going to simplify this stuff, though. The clouds, I don't. The high detail things are going to be the mountains. The high detail things are going to be the mountains. So the cloud should be much more simple by comparison, with far less detail, simpler shapes. Easier on the eyes, that's the goal. I want this to be easy on your eyes, so you don't have to work so much to see everything. Things just work the way they're supposed to be. Honestly, I should be using the tablet for this. 1 second. Use the brush tool. Yeah, to get that more. Okay. So far, so good. Simplifying more shapes. Grab a little bit of the white. Do some highlights here and there. That sounds good to me. That sounds good to me. So far, so good. Okay, I like that. Let me delete this too while we're at it. Okay, very nice. Is my phone vibe? Okay, I thought I felt something. Okay. Yeah, little simple things here and there, nothing crazy. Okay, cool. I'm going to save this. That should be fine. I think the way I'm seeing it here too, there's some errors in the color. So I'm going to correct it so that it looks the way I see it on my CRT. I want it to be the color that I envisioned. Okay. This is not that off, but I'm going to just do a little bit of a touch-up. Something minor. It's actually fine as is, maybe. Yeah, I think it's fine as is. Okay, so we have that going for us. Let me start figuring out the detail for, like these, for example. Or maybe I should start thinking about the details for this. Because this is like a kind of something that warrants. I mean, these are going to be some rigid structure of some sort. They're meant to be support beams. I know that much. That's the idea I have. So they're like these support structures. Oh my goodness. That are keeping things together, suspending some upper thing that we've yet to describe yet, and reinforcing the structure of this whole thing. I'm gonna start detailing a cross section first, and I think it doesn't have to be too complicated. I think we already established our light sources as well before, so we can kind of just, well, kind of need to be on the right layer, right? Oh, I did this changes on the wrong layer. Okay, we can select everything, copy, go to the right layer, paste it, deselect, delete this, and we have everything we want. And we have the change we were trying to do before too. Perfect. And I'm going to kind of produce a little color palette as well of various colors so that I can have access to the different kind of color tones I may desire. Cool. That's enough for me to start detailing something. So we're gonna make this like a, I imagine we're gonna have some kind of cross beam support for sure on this. So I'm gonna start there. It's gonna go across. How big are we gonna make this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 width. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is actually perfect. This is exactly the distance we're going to support. Okay, we can make that transparent, and we're saying this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then that means this is actually still correct. Cool. We're going to go until it reaches that same width. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Man, I am on a roll today with that. I like eyeballed it perfectly. Cool, and that's a perfect crossbeam. And then we can start making some modifications. For instance, I want this to be actually wider, so we can keep layering that until it gets to the desired target thickness. I think that looks correct. And then we can do the same thing from the opposite. We can make this be behind this one. This is gonna be, how many pixels is this? You know what? Something easier we can do is just select this, make a brush, and then we can start from the center and do that. Okay, cool. Let me try this again. Center. Did not work. So there's a correct thickness, but I think I just don't know where this starts and ends. Doesn't start directly here. Okay, around here it seems like it's gonna go off. So I don't think I actually have this correctly set up. I think if we want to do a perfect square, this needs to be a perfect square. Wow, who'd have thought? Okay, let's do that then. Let's do that. Or actually, let's create the perfect square first, and then let that inform our decisions for like the width of this. Let's go for 3. Okay. 3 sounds promising. How thick do we want to make this? Let's try that. Make it a brush. Start from here. Wrong tool. There we go. Okay, and I'm assuming this should just work as well. Oh my goodness. There's a Linux thing. Or actually, I'm not sure what that is. It's something though. It's a problem. Hey, there we go. I think I may want to make this a little bit bigger. Just 1 pixel bigger. And then we can start doing the lighting and detailing. There's a setting. I don't know what's causing this to happen. I forgot what setting it was though. So yeah, this frame, I want to have some depth conveyed here. So I'm gonna... Do you want to have this facing forward, or do you want to have it at an angle? And it communicates some 3D geometry asks. You know, we can also create actual 3D meshes. Oh, I'm not sure though if I want to do that. Like, it's just a cube, I get that, but visually, I'm not sure if I actually feel confident that's the direction I want to go with it. The layer 2D currently feels more like a parallax. I mean, it's parallax inherently from 3D, but it's the layer 2D has a specific kind of feel to it. I think introducing 3D elements might break that. I think I need another darker color tone. So we can do like other things here. For example. But no. Beyond just this though, I want to do kind of add some, as if like the edges are beveled upwards. I don't know though. I'm not sure this is communicating the information I want it to have. I finally got my setup working properly after a while of error. No wonder I was struggling so much. I wasn't getting any suggestions on what I could do for syntax. Oh. I finally fixed it? Like the error, or did you get syntax highlighting working for you? IntelliSense and compiler flagging and all that stuff. That is a must-have. Especially if you're learning. Syntax highlighting is like a big quality of life improvement. And will make you privy to a whole class of different types of... Will eliminate a whole set of issues that you can run into. No. What am I thinking? Think about lighting. Think about the lighting. If we are having this imply that this is being side lit, almost from the front, then this needs to remain. All we can do is extend it outward if you want to communicate that there's like some softened edges or something. Like so. We can't do what I was doing before. That wouldn't work. So we can just do this for right now. I want to get more of that industrial feel. Maybe this is where we start introducing our red color tones. Because right now everything is blue, and it's going to blend in with the background. Also, I wonder how the scale is going to translate. Like, let's just take a look at this in game and see what we feel. Do we need to go forward before we get to the, nope, down. Yeah, what do we get to that element? I think I have to go for it a little bit before we see it. Oh, there we go. Oh, you know, this is actually quite fine. I'm actually quite fine with this. Yeah, I'm actually fine with that. We can do the color change. I still kind of like the idea of having a color change. And I think I want to have a little bit more thickness just so this feels much more sturdy and robust. But this in general is actually quite fine, which I'm a bit surprised by. We're not going to do any sharp outlines because, again, I want to reserve hard outlines for either things of focus or things that are interactable by the player, and this is not something that's really interactable. This is 4 wide, so we'll do 1, 2, 3. This is 4. Cool. Yeah, some ambient occlusion kind of doing something here. And then we're going to have these be segmented. How they're joined, I'm not sure actually. Maybe we can do like a... make it appear like either segmentedly joined or... I don't know, they can be interlocked. Maybe have some bolt joining them. So have something like this in the middle. Okay, this doesn't have a middle. At least not in the way I wanted to, so we do this, yeah. There's 2 pixels that are in the middle. So these 2 pixels. Okay. So we follow these out. Nope. Too low. You know what? Better yet, I could draw a shape that actually has 2 pixels in the middle, like that, and then we can freely position it this way. That makes more sense. can kind of draw things. Do the lighting. Do a little bit of that ambient light that bounces around, a reflection. Maybe I should have this be like rotated. The fact that there's no one single pixel makes things problematic, so an alternate I can do is have it be rotated so we obscure the fact that there's no single pixel. There's still one side that seems bigger than the other though, which is kind of a problem. It looks all sorts of crappy. I don't like that. We're not going to do the bolted look. It's not going to work at this res. What's going on here? Should definitely have that internal cross as a white, not a Scotland flag thing or anything. Alright, Brian. You're like Bob Ross if he did pixel art. Thank you, Mr. Splat. I appreciate it. Also, Silver Dungeon. Looks very nice in game. Thank you. Your voice is very relaxing. Thank you, 404 Rami. I remember doing pixel art for one of my little dungeon games. I got so carried away that turned out like an acid trip, but now my crystal cave. But now is now my crystal cave. I mean, that's a fun thing. I think when you do like pixel art in a very professional context, it kind of sucks. You have to be focused on a particular whatever theme it is, but I think the really fun times are when you're just aimless and you're just letting it rip. And you see things that you wouldn't expect to. And you end up with something cool that feels different. I think that usually happens with music, but pixel art is super duper rad. I feel like I've experienced that there. Okay. I wanted my first-person camera. Would I use delta after selecting value in the input actions controller? Yeah, delta would make sense for camera rotation. And it just uses the mouse delta on the vector 2 input. Yep, you got the idea there, mind test. That's the way you'd implement it. It's about when light hit the raised edges and the darker part of your line. A bolt, not about, sorry. Oh, what? A bolt? I guess it's a screw technically, but I don't know. I mean, it's gone now, so we'll never know. Phone's crap. It's all good, dude. Typing on phone sucks. Alright, we're gonna mark. This is 4 pixels, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. So we're just gonna do the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna mark that this is where the 4 is. I'm gonna make sure everything here is correct. And the cool thing we can do is turn this into a brush. Like this. Look at that. Make it a line. I can actually delete everything here. And we're going to make this aligned to destination. So I know there's like 1 here. Okay. We can delete, and I can just draw this, and draw this here. Maybe we could draw like the whole thing. Save it. Yep. Go back to the game. Reload. Re-import. You just see them now with these supports, and then we can just run it. For pixel art, my friend used a cross stitch program. Everything looks like X's, so you know what colors and what you can layouts with it. Interesting. When coloring, etc. Yeah, there's a big there's also like a big rabbit hole you can get into if you start looking at tile map setup structure stuff. It's pretty cool. I might make these lit because we were in the engine and we actually have light sources, so I could also explore having these also be lit. Like we were baking in lighting by drawing it manually, but we can also have some of this be lit by the environment light we have set, so everything can feel as if they're in the same environment. And that's gonna be a cool thing to explore, actually. I'm liking this so far. And the easy thing is that one segment we made, we can literally just yoink it. I'm gonna make it low res, or shrink it down a bit, and then for the other subsequent layers. So for these ones, I'm gonna redo it so that it looks good at that width, that target width. So significantly smaller. That looks the closest. And then we can do our corrections here so that things still look good. Something odd's happening though. I don't like that. Let's fix this. Yeah, I think there's like a little off by one thing going on there. That's easy to fix. That's totally fixable. And now we can make these segments the way we intend them to be. Perfect. I should just do this filled in, yeah. Now I can select it, Control B. I can just delete everything now. Whoops. I need to make them, also I need to make sure this is aligned to destination. Yep, we're good. Should make this even higher. Honestly, I can use a control map. Like, this feels a little bit wasteful in terms of space. There's a way I can optimize this to be more memory efficient. I might just do that. Well, at least this, though, gives me an idea of how things are going to look, so that's still useful. Krita? No, I'm using a Sprite. Sohrab. And yeah, it's looking better. It's looking pretty good so far. Heck yeah. Look at that. The resolution, I think I might want to scale these, the back ones a little bit more down. But yeah, this is coming together, dude. This is coming together so good. So freaking good, dude. All right, let me do a little experiment though. So I'm gonna disable the lighting we currently have. I'm going to duplicate this lighting, move it to our background 2, re-enable it. And I'm going to do something a little risky here. I'm going to select all of them. They're not going to be emissive anymore. Instead, they're going to be pixel lit. Okay, cool. So now the level's in darkness. So with our light sources, we can change stuff here. So as you see, like, you see how these areas are getting lit now? So I can make like a light like this. That's gonna hit the player from the back. So it makes them appear as if, and we can increase the radius like crazy. Like 20,000. Something like that. And make the intensity something crazy big. We don't have to make the intensity that big. We get the idea. What's all the... Oh, that's from the UI. I was like, why is it that crazy? Okay, and we can even add atmospheric fog as well, which would make a huge difference. And then for all of these elements, I can bring back, like for these materials here, there's a way to add standard BG. Okay, so we can do something here. So we can have this cool ridge light effect. I'm gonna have to modify some code, so bear with me. I want to make sure something. I'm going to be using a rigid body. I'd want to use fixed update instead of normal update right. Instead of transform, I'd use add force. You could do that. I never do that though. I usually manually set the velocity. So I do rigid body dot velocity, and then I assign it with whatever I want. Add force is going to force your character to, like, or whatever it is, to accelerate kind of to a target speed. But for more immediate, snappy gaming movement, it's better to just assign the velocity directly and manage it that way. If you manage it that way, then you can use, I mean, fixed update works good. But you can, I also just work an update if you're assigning the velocity directly. You just have to do the time, that delta time thing. So for the standard backgrounds, I'm gonna do the lighting stuff. There's some fancy shader stuff we did before that I got rid of. We're gonna bring them back, and we're gonna do things in a cool, fancy way. But I need to standard shader. This is the sprite shader we're using, and then we have this whole function here. Not that one. This here. We have cell size, UV. We have all this complex stuff going on to do our actually, it's not even this one. Where is it? We have our custom sprite fragment shader function here. The good thing is that it's all isolated into this function. So I can just paste this and use it instead. So I can do fine. This could be 512. Okay, we got that. Alpha test distance. I'm gonna hard code this right now. We can change it later. I'm gonna do like 3 pixels. And then go back here. There's fancy stuff. We need a yoink. So this can work. I'm gonna call this consts. Okay, cool. All this should work fine. I don't know what we're doing there. Yeah, there's a lot of cleanup that has to happen. I'll do a refactor later, but ppl sprite frag, that's the function we have to use. Is that gonna work the way I expect it to, though? I don't think so. Is it? Is it working? I'm refreshing and nothing seems to be going wrong, which is kind of strange to me. But I don't know, this is weird. I would have expected a recomp to happen already. May have to select the shader and there we go. Error. No, that's not in those files though. It's actually fine. Huh. Okay. I guess this just kind of works. Or is this light though? So we can move this around. Interesting. That's when it crosses the threshold here. I'm not seeing the rim lighting though I'm expecting from this. There's a rim lighting effect that I'm trying to achieve here. Maybe I might have to actually select there's an option I might be needing to toggle on or something. Pixel light. Per pixel lighting, yup. Yeah, there's something I feel like I'm neglecting. To get that. have a toggle for this. We're using this function. We're factoring in emissive. We're using this. Our width is 512 by 512. That's actual texture stuff. Aside from that, though, this all seems to just be fine. So I guess I could change this definition we have here of the alpha distance to be like 4 or something. Or maybe there's something I'm just misunderstanding. Let's just play it and see how it looks, though. But vehicle movement would be gradual with add force. Yeah, because think about it this way, right? Oh my goodness. Very moody. Very moody lighting for the player. Very different vibe. It'll be cool if there's like periodic lights. It's cool that the coins are like not fully subject to, they're subject to the same lighting. The backgrounds, this is not, like, you see how this has its edges lit? That's what the effect I'm trying to achieve with the background and with this as well. That should be happening. But yeah, like the coins are doing it. That looks good, right? Tell me that doesn't look good. A very cool effect. This, I wanted to have that same effect. We're gonna have to deal with that. The background, though, it's not quite doing what I want it to. It looks cool, though. It looks cool. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make it everything be fully in shadow, though. There's different things we can do. Yeah, we have different light settings here, so you can change. For example, the environmental shadow is black completely, but I can change it so that it has a bit more of a blue, because there's a lot of blue in this. So your ambient color reflection is gonna be that. And there's also fog settings I should set. Fog is fun. It looks cool. I don't know why the ambient shadow is not working correctly, though. Oh, maybe because yeah, if you enable cast shadows, it all of a sudden is doing it, I believe. So I change this. The changing in real time. Yeah, it does. So this actually factors in that. Cool. So I can like add some interesting different ambient light effects here. And now like the shadow isn't purely black, at least for the environments around here. The player still is. I need to change the shader to actually adapt to that. But the idea is there. Where's the player? And specifically, where's their material? Character. Yeah, so we have to change that. Did I just get rid of that setting entirely? Alpha test distance. Per pixel light. Disable cast shadows. Off. Yeah, now you see you see the character, she's actually being affected by the ambient light. That's super cool. I think it causes issues on mobile builds. That's probably why I toggled it off. But here it looks cool. Yeah, the character though, cast shadows. Or alternatively, we just do some actual skillful things and fix the issue. Oh, we got rid of the fog color as well. We can bring that back. So this handles the fog color. Lit color. Where do we handle first let me bring back the fog. That looks cool. So we do this and we return the fog pass color. So now we have fog. And you go into the lighting. You can change the fog distance to be much further away though. I guess even further away. Huh. Oh, do we need to play the game to be able to... Oh. What? Okay, maybe... I don't know. Maybe I have to play the game because it's probably requiring the camera or something to do it properly. Nope, just pure void. Weird. Yeah, it's weird. Fog should be something that's independent of everything else in the game. So I'm not sure what's the deal with that. Okay, first let's close this. Don't need it. Yes. Here. Why is fog pass color, lit color, fog color, camera distance? Oh, we need a camera distance. Camera world to local. We're not supplying that. That's why it's probably not working. Or we're using this to do that calculation. What else do we use to calculate that? I think we have a better metric somewhere. I think it's in the cylinder. Cylinder space. Shader. Planar surface. Or no, layer. You're here somewhere. Yep, fog value. Here we go. So we have this fog. I'm gonna just copy this. And hopefully I could just paste it. and we're gonna be happy. That's the hope, at least, though. Oh, come on. Okay, paste this here. Player world position. I guess that's the thing we need. Just gonna throw it in here. What else is a problem, officer? Oh, you just need a lit color. This is for emissives. We're already handling that. Don't need to worry about it. Interesting. So we don't need this. We just need lit color. Where's Unity? There we go, and now we have fog. Cool. And then I can change stuff. I can make the fog be further away. One second. Just because you have tools doesn't mean we should be using it, though. I think it makes more sense when you have like crazier geometry going on. And then this, I'm gonna make it be dark again. Oh yeah, that looks good. I like that more. Though we're losing a little bit of the mountains. We can fix that though. Or I can make the mountains be like fully emissive so that other elements like the pillars are subject to fog, and the silhouettes, but the mountains are always kind of prominent. Not sure actually. Paste value. There's something to be done here, dude. Yeah, new setup Maximus. We've changed things a little bit. Cooler now, right, Kaito? It's coming. It's becoming. It's like layers, right? We have the pixel art by itself, but then we have the. We have all these other elements: the lighting, the fog, shading, all that stuff. All coming together little by little. Let's go here and see what the deal with all this stuff is, though. We have per pixel, we have this disabled. So I'm not sure why some of them feel a little bit weird. And these guys don't feel, they feel odd. Maybe just because my expectations, I expect them to be further out than they actually are. So I'm gonna move them back a little bit more. And run it. Let's go on anti-gravitation. Come on, run. Oh, that's weird. What's happening there? There's something weird happening there. I'm not sure what it is, though. Also, I want things to be more in shadow, so let me do something real quick. We're gonna take the light source we have and move it around a little bit. This cool one. No, this one. No, this one. There we go. I think we're gonna move it. Yeah, so just enough for this to be in shadow. All these guys though. Also this one, you're gonna be, I think I'm gonna make you fully emissive actually. Fully emissive. Let's see how that looks. Also, I think cache shadow is actually causing some issues because we're not actually using cache shadows. But I also want to be receiving all the fun lighting, shadows, fog things we're doing. So I need to do something. It's C#. Well, I'm actually doing HLSL shader coding right now. This is all mostly shader code, but for all the graphic stuff, but yeah, there's something weird with this lighting setup. That made it darker. So I'm going to disable oh, it's doing the thing now. It's doing the correct thing, I think. I don't know, I have to check. We still have to do the rest of this environment. But yeah, that's just 100% dark now. It's strange. I have to look at the code and how things break out from here. Could you do light process, sunlight process, shadow, environment shadow albedo, shadow P? Yeah, this should be fine. We're using the shadow color regardless. So that should be correct. And we calculate fog independently. So I'm not sure what's the deal actually. It's strange. I also moved the light source, so maybe that's causing some issues. There's something weird happening over there too. Like there's some shadow, but we don't have any shadow supported right now, which is what I'm finding very weird. This guy's emissive of this is 1, but we're gonna make it back to 0. I'm contemplating maybe even adding some 3D objects to the background, but and there's still weird lighting stuff going on. I don't understand it. And now these elements in the foreground are like just completely in shadow. So let's move around this light a little bit and see how that changes stuff. I'm gonna pause. Actually, I don't want to pause, but I kind of have to. Okay, we're gonna move this around a little bit. Closer to the player. Maybe I should be using a sun, a directional light instead of a point light. I want to have something more uniformed. At the same time, though, what's going on here? So even when this is pretty in front of it, it's not illuminating. That's weird. It's illuminating all this other stuff over here. Or is it not? Is it just the fog that's doing that? No, okay, so there's a real-time thing that's happening. Let's put this separately then. We need to test both of these. Okay, yeah, there is. So when the normal is facing away, it's just in black instead of using the shadow color. Oh, I wonder if it's due to the fog code. Because how are we calculating the fog? Distance minus 10, whatever that is. We do clamp 01 fog value. And then the fog color. Lit color, fog color. That's a global variable though. Oh, lit color though. So what happens here? But we're using environmental shadow. Oh, wait a second. Shadow lerp. Albedo. Shadow P. What are you? You're low. If I change that though, doesn't change anything. Nope. So it's not making the change I expected it to. Albedo times the light color. Oh, so we're getting some kind of color in between. We're blending it. So what if I just say, just use the environment shadow color? Interesting. The lighting should be... Oh! Actually, that doesn't explain stuff though. So it doesn't explain this foreground element. It explains why the player in this elements would be weird. Doesn't explain the foremost element. Unless it's using the wrong shader. Which would be weird, but... can't think of anything else, man. Is your A-Sprite in dark mode? Yeah, you can change the theme on A-Sprite. It's not bad. I'm just trying to figure out how to make the mountains look better. Like, they look good by themselves. I'm trying to make them look good lit in the scene. And I think I have to revise some of my graphics code for this, because it's not doing things the way I'd want it to. It's very strange. Also, I wonder if this is gonna override stuff. So how do you handle multiple instances? If instance is not equal to null. Actually, we should do this on enable. Oh, that's what we're doing. On enable, this becomes the instance. Easy. We don't destroy the previous instance. We just set this guy as the captain, which is actually exactly what I wanted to do. So this should be fine. It's weird that we're not using fog enabled to change this. Strange. That's affecting the player. Am I affecting the wrong shader this entire time? That's also a factor, right? That might be the case. Because this is what? Planar cylinder. This is a standard one. Oh, so this should be the one. Standard background. This is for backgrounds. This is for backgrounds. It's also using the wrong UV though, so that's also part of the problem, isn't it? Which means that if we have to do our UV calculation here. UV. And then this should all be using I.UV. Which would fix the rim lighting issue, but I don't think it's going to fix the other significant stuff. Yeah, I don't think so either. Slightly different, but still a problem. We're getting somewhere though. The background's starting to look better. The foreground lighting has to change, but that's what it is. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be calling stream here. Thanks for watching. I appreciate the company. And as always, guys, God bless. And until next time, I'll catch you guys later. Stay cozy. Bye-bye.